Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another transfer watch on Chelsea Perspective. I do hope you're all doing well. More importantly, I appreciate you all for finding the time to be part of the show this morning. But without wasting much of your time, let's get into the show. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you all joining the show. I cannot thank you enough. We don't have too much to talk about today, but we'll talk a lot about the later we'll have to talk about. We'll talk about Mohammed Kudus, Rayan, Cherki, if anything emerges, because nothing new has emerged. Then we'll talk about Moises Caicedo, if anything new emerges. Then we'll talk about Michael Olise, Romelu Lukaku, and other news that you can say if something new with regards to those individuals mentioned that we haven't heard so much about pops up, we will talk about them. I hope you're all eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. As for me, that's what I do. And I appreciate you all for finding the time to join the show this morning. Thank you, people. Let's get into it right away. And I'll start by saying hello to those people in the chat as usual, because it is an interactive show and we like to keep it interactive here. Let's see who we'll have in the chat already. The first person here is Chelsea. Chelsea 05. Impossible. I don't know what's impossible. You have to let us know. Let's see, or maybe elaborate a little bit so we can understand what you're saying. Where is Johnny? 3 likes. And John Hand, I know. I know that's you there. I appreciate you finding the time to join in. Thank you for becoming a channel member. That will go a long way for us. And we have where is Johnny again once more says, I've shared this out already on all my Facebook timeline and WhatsApp. Thank you. I appreciate you for sharing that so that more people can join us in the show. 4 likes. I think we're in total. We have a total of 21 likes right now. Good morning to you too, Johnny. I hope you're doing well. Abatore says Sally. I'm not sure what that means, but more importantly, Abba, thank you for joining the stream here. It looks like this is your first time here. If that's the case, please do us a favor and like the video and also do subscribe if you are enjoying the show. And I want to take this opportunity to say hello to those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat. Just know we appreciate you. You watching alone does go a long way, so thank you. But if you can do us one more favor, just take a second to drop a like on the stream. That will go a long way for us. So thank you very much once again. Let's see what else we have here. A big up to you too, Rain. Always nice to see you, Rain. Appreciate you joining. What's up, my brother? What's up to you too, Raphael? I hope you're doing well. Mohammed, you're using an emoji and I can't see what that particular emoji is on the screen here. Makes no sense going for earlier Wahi. But Wahi, if you follow the report, some of the reports are saying we're not signing him to join Chelsea right now. They will loan him to our sister club, Strasbourg, to keep developing on the Vieira, and that makes sense. We don't want to bring in a player that at that age is still very young to come sit on the bench and not play as regularly as he should be playing to continue developing. That will be detrimental to his development as a young player. But that's by the way. We'll move on from that. We have engineer Absalaman. Okay, Abdul Salam Suleiman, I appreciate you joining. Thank you so much. Good morning to you too. I hope you're doing well. How is Michael Olise's deal progressing? We'll get to that in a bit. We have that lined up. Charles River, relax. We'll talk about that particular deal in a bit. So I don't want to talk about it, and then still when we get to addressing the items we have lined up, then I'll talk about it again. It doesn't make any. I don't think that's okay. Just give me 1 second. I'll come Thank you so much for understanding. I had to go off the camera to cough. Yeah, and B Brian 19 says, "Big up, coach. Keep going, brother. I appreciate you for that encouraging word. Everyone needs to hit the like button. We're 25 likes right now. Let's get it to 100. Let's get it to, since this transfer window, the most we've done is 260 plus, and we've been averaging 140, 150. But I think we should do 300. We can do that, but we can only achieve that only if you believe we can. And you drop the like on the stream once you're arriving. Everyone needs to hit the like button. I agree with you, John. Good morning, sir, my brother, and that's Orefisan Sadiq. I appreciate you saying that. Good morning to you too, and thank you for joining the show. Liking and sharing means caring. Wow, I appreciate that, and that's some rhymes right there, John. Right now you're sounding like a rapper, and I'm loving it. What up, man? What up to you too, and Charles and whatever. I'm doing well. I can't complain. How about you? I hope you're well. I appreciate you finding the time to join us today again. Yeah, but we don't need Wahi in the future. Here's the thing, you don't know what you need in the future, but the best thing you can do is to be ready for the future, be prepared to do whatever the future demands of you. And in this case, we're signing him in case in the future we decide to sell any of the players we have within our ranks at Chelsea right now decides they want to move on, then we'll have a capable replacement for that particular player. And sometimes you don't even need to move on players. Sometimes you need two good strong strikers. Maybe next season, when if we're able to achieve to secure a Champions League place, then we'd need them because we'd have too many games to play. So it makes sense. You don't wait until you have a need before you try striving to, you can say, to gratify that need. So you have to be prepared to be able to gratify a particular need in case if that need emerges in the future. If you get my analogy there, yeah, we may not need him now, but there's a chance we need him in the future. And Sadak Al Hilal bid 255 million pounds from Mbappe. I didn't hear that, but thank you for that update, Sadak. Big up, coach. Happy new week. Ben, marvelous. Happy new week to you too. I hope you're doing well. Any possibility of signing Moises Caicedo at this window? I think we will sign him this window. If it goes beyond this window, we probably will sign the alternative that we have in mind that we, the fans, do not know about. But I think we get the deal over the line. That is just my opinion. But we'll keep going. Let's see what happens there. Big up, coach. Is Olise really necessary? I think he is. We've lost how many wingers? We've been losing. Christian Pulisic is gone. He's one of our wingers. Callum Hudson-Odoi is going. He's not staying. And plus, what's his name also? Hakim Ziyech will most likely leave. We haven't sold him, but I think we'll end up selling him. So yeah, we've lost a few wingers, so we need incomings. Maybe the manager wants him for another role because Olise is actually capable of playing in the 10 role on either side of the flanks. Yeah, but big up to you too, Christian, Chris, Mahimon. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Yes, people, 30 likes already. You people are absolute legends. Let's keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes will go a long way. Let's see what we have here. How comes you don't have a membership stickers on your YouTube channel? It should be there, but maybe because you're a member already, you cannot see it. So I'm not sure why you're not seeing it. But I'll share the link in a bit. Be patient with me, Johnny. Much love to you. I appreciate you becoming a member, Johnny. Let's see. People are saying, that's Rafael, are saying Chelsea don't want to sign players with even a slightly high wages, but they are paying starting 300k a week. We can pay well, but the new structure is highly incentivized, if that makes sense. It depends on your performance. You earn, you can say, as well as you do. I think that's a better way to phrase it, if that makes sense. So we're not into just paying you 300k a week, whether you're sitting on the bench or whether you're not playing regularly or whether you're underperforming. No, we've changed it to you earn as you perform. And I think that's a better language for it. But we're good. But that will make it difficult for us to sign some players, if that makes sense. That bid for Mbappe, yeah, quite a lot. And that's Bright. And Uranda, nice to see you, Bright. Thank you so much for finding the time to join the show. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I know in a few days, if we keep going, we'll get to 15,000 subscribers. Right now, we're at 14,295, and that's not easy. I appreciate you all. Sadak, them Saudis are still making big moves. Yep, I think they will rebrand the league, but in terms of how much they're spending and how much they're paying players, that will, you could say, fizzle away gradually because it's not sustainable. I know they have the money, but it's not infinite. They have deep pocket, but nobody's money is infinite, if that makes sense. Peter Pan, big up to you, Peter Pan. Thank you for finding the time to join us this morning. I appreciate you all. That beat from Batman, yeah, wow. You can say that again. So let's start addressing the items we have lined up one by one. If we get any panelists to join us here, it'd be fun to have them so that you can have diversified opinion and not just listen to me and I alone bore you to death. But let's see. Just give me 1 second here. I want to do something quickly here. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Let's start addressing the items one by one, like I promised you we would. Let's see what is the first item we have lined up. Probably more like an overview of all the stuff we have to talk about today. The video clip there. Okay, there you go. All right, the first item here is this guy here. Callum Hudson-Odoi is keen to leave Chelsea as soon as possible and has agreed personal terms with Fulham. Chelsea have been trying to drive up the price and have invited Lazio into the race. Oh, no wonder, because I was surprised when I heard that Lazio are interested in signing him. And I really do want him to go to Lazio. He's played under Mauricio Sarri, who's the current Lazio manager. And you can say his best, you can say stint of Chelsea. You can say his best form for Chelsea was under Mauricio Sarri. He liked him, and he played him regularly at the time when during his stint at Chelsea. So I would like him. I'd rather him go play under Mauricio Sarri once more because he loves him and will probably is the one that you could say when Chelsea made them know that Callum Hudson-Odoi is available. He probably was the one that said, okay, yeah, go get him. He's a fine player. And he's still very young. So he would be a good signing for whatever clubs that signs him. And if he starts playing regularly, believe me, I wouldn't even say chances are. Certainly, he will get back to that level. He will get to that height that we're all you can say wanted him to reach. And unfortunately, some you can say awful loans. You can say awful loan spell in Germany didn't help him. But that's by the way. I wish him well, and I know he'll still come good. But unfortunately, we had to let him go. His salary also that didn't help because he's one of the highest earners at the club. But that's by the way. Let me see who else. If you have anything to say in regards to the Callum Hudson-Odoi case, Callum Hudson-Odoi's case, you go ahead and jump in the chat, and I'll be happy to address it. I've got to go now. Thanks for your live streaming. John, see you next time. And once more, I appreciate you becoming a member on YouTube. Enjoy the rest of your day and tonight. I appreciate you, John. And I wish you the same thing. Thank you, brother. Let's see what is going on with the Valverde deal. We were never interested. I think it was just a rumor, in my opinion. Sports and food with Demi. Demi, nice to see you. Demi, can you let me know where you're watching us, following us from? And if you're watching, if you can do us this favor, please take a second. Tell us where you're watching from. That would go a long way for us, which we'd appreciate that. And hi, Coach, and Khalid Abdulhamid. Hamid, I like saying your name, even though it's not that easy. Hi, Coach. Is this true? I hear Caicedo has unfollowed Brighton and followed Chelsea on Instagram. I'll let my bro here, my brother from the Madiba land, handle that one because I see him going at somebody for saying, I think he was arguing that it's nothing new, that he's done that before, but I have him handle that if it's still there, but unfortunately he's gone. Chelsea is now the new young Gunners. I think you're concerned with regards to the young players we've signed. We've signed quite a lot of young players, but if you're paying attention, you'd see that we're not signing them to become part of the first team right now. Some of them, lots of them actually, will go out on loan. Some are mostly to the sister club. I'm not sure how many were allowed to loan to them, but let's see what happens. But we can actually purchase them in the name of you can say the parent umbrella. Maybe that way we're not going to have a limit to how many players would send to that particular club. But I'm not sure how that works. I am from Zimbabwe. Big up to you, my Zimbabwean brother. Nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Please make sure you invite other brothers to the channel so that we can grow together. But nice to hear. Welcome. Enjoy yourself. Feel at home. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. So I appreciate you. And we have Oyait Godfrey says Chelsea has agreed a deal in principle with Olise worth 39 million euros. We'll get to that in a bit. We have that particular topic lined up, and we'll get to it in a bit. Big up to you too, Chelsea till I die. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. And Desmond Moretti says a big up, coach. On my side, I don't see why we need attacking players for now. Priority is a DM, then goalkeeper as we go. I think those you can say areas of concern that you just listed there. I know the club, they're well aware of the situation that we need players in those departments, and I can assure you that they're working very hard behind the scenes to address those issues. Big up, coach. On my side, okay, I think I've read that one. And Sarah Uchenna, I appreciate you, Sarah Uchenna. Adoma, whatever you prefer. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Hi, I'm watching from Ghana, Africa, West Africa, a country I love so much, even though I've never been there, but I hope to be there myself, to visit there one day. But thank you, Sarah, for finding the time to join. I think we need a strong young defense. We have too many young defenders already, in my opinion. We need to mix it up with an experienced head. We still have Thiago Silva, but how often he'll be playing, I don't know. And again, we're not sure how. Whether you can say let me just simplify it. He cannot play every game. He's not 28. He's not 22. He's 38. For Christ's sake. And I think we need another experienced head there. So when he's not playing, we can the person will lead the back line for us. Because we have too many young players in the back line, and in that area, experience is important, in my opinion. Hello to you too, Adube Lamatu. Nice to see you. I appreciate you joining the show. What is the latest on Caicedo? Nothing new, but as the show progresses, if we see anything pop up, be rest assured this will be one of the first places you'd hear about it. And we're not into shoving information into your mouth. We take our time to dissect and analyze everything we see out there and try to come to a sensible conclusion, so that we don't just suck up to everything we see out there, if that makes sense. So we'll wait. If anything new emerges, believe me, in this game feed, you will hear that here. And big up to my bro, Santiago Muno. Once more, I appreciate you always being available, even when you're not active in the chat. When somebody asks a question, you always you show up to help me answer those questions. And your understanding of football, is deep, and I appreciate that. Much love to you, my brother. And coach, I'm watching from Lagos, Nigeria. Yep, what part of Lagos? I've lived in Yaba. I love Yaba too. Watching from Lagos, Nigeria. Coach, what do you think about Angelo? I think he's a fine player. I've actually, I told the panelists the other day, if he leaves it out to a $50 giveaway, and that's because I've looked at his profile. There's something unique about him. We don't have similar player within our ranks. He's very different. And I don't want to go into analyzing that at this point, but hopefully we'll keep him. And he's a very intelligent player. Let's see what the club and the manager what they want to do. But thank you for that. And we have Kunle Kuku. I appreciate you joining, Mr. Kunle. Chelsea should pay attention to goalkeeper Kepa cannot take CFC anywhere. He's going to be the weakest link out in the team, and that's dangerous. He confuses the defenders. Look, as I've said before, do I think he's a good goalkeeper? I'd say yes. Do I think we can do better than him? Absolutely. But the good thing is that if we're getting a goalkeeper, we most likely will be getting a goalkeeper that will be much better than him and probably be the starting choice. I think had it not been for Kepa's salary at this point, if you ask me, I'd say he'd be sold by now. So I'm going to try and catch up with everything we have in the chat so we can move on and start addressing all the items we have lined up there. Ibrahim Abdul Hafiz says we need experience around the team. I agree with you, but do not, for the sake of we having lots of young players, start thinking that we don't have experience. But I get it. We need more experience, but we actually do have some of those young players have garnered enough experience to be, you can say, ready, that they are ready to play for Chelsea Football Club. But that's just my opinion. In me, I think we are okay with the DM. We should use Enzo and Casade and Nkunku as an attacking midfielder. Let's see what the club does. Eli Wanjala, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Hi, this is Eli from Africa, Kenya, my East African brother. I appreciate you joining. I like your show, bro. Thank you so much for kindly saying that. And you're welcome. Feel at home, express yourself. Always ask a few just to be play civil. What is actual more important, experience or ability? Both. You need both. If you have ability and you don't have experience, you will falter in some situations where if you haven't actually experienced a similar situation before, you wouldn't know how to handle it. But with experience, you've been there, seen it all, and done it all. So when you're confronted, when you face such experience, you know how to deal with it. That's where experience comes in. Ability alone isn't enough. So a mix of experience and ability is important. We are the Blues. Please pick up all our Chelsea fans. Eli Wanja, thank you so much. Be sure to invite more people or more of our Kenyan brothers to come join us here. We grow together, and here your voice matters. Even though Kepa is not a good goalkeeper, I wouldn't go to the extent of saying he's not good. I just think we can do better than him. He is still the most expensive keeper in world football. Hasn't anybody else broke? No. Oh, yeah. So he still holds that record. Osita Anthony Casade and Enzo with Moises Caicedo will be okay. We'll walk well. I guess that's what you're trying to type there. I wish we can get Caicedo's deal done as soon as possible. Sorry, I can't speak fluently. Maybe the coffee hasn't kicked in. But that's, by the way, I'm going to go straight away to my bro and friend Roger Pop. I appreciate you, Roger. Gracias. Hola. Yeah. I hope you're doing well, Roger. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Roger, straight away, Callum Hudson-Odoi, he's leaving. The shocking thing, you can say the surprising thing, I wouldn't say shocking. We knew there's a chance he leaves because he didn't do well at Bayer Leverkusen. It didn't look like Alonso liked him that much, or maybe the player that led to them coming for him on loan returned and probably was doing better in training and all that. Then he didn't play that much because had he played regularly at IQ, then he would have picked up form and probably do better because there's a talent in him. And what I was saying that shocked me, that surprised me, was that when he left on loan, I think he was, I think before he left on loan, we heard that it was Todd Boehly that convinced him not to leave on a permanent, that we still need him. But that if we're to believe that that was the case at the time, then you'd be asking the question, why did we convince him not to leave on a permanent? But that's by the way. Richard, what do you make of Callum Hudson-Odoi's situation?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you too, brother.
3 years ago, if you told me that his career trajectory that he's taken so far, I wouldn't have believed you. I thought he had a very high ceiling, especially when I'm trying to think, was it Bayern Munich put a bid in for him for, I think it was euros, 70 million euros, if I'm not
around
mistaken.
that number, yeah.
Yeah, it was like that I thought was shocking, actually. But I actually personally thought, I projected that he was going to be a stable, consistent player for us. I didn't think, I understand didn't he have an Achilles injury in America a couple of years ago?
Was it in America?
I can't recall.
Ruben Loftus-Cheek got injured in a friendly in the United States. Go ahead.
Right, and it was wasn't it Callum Hudson-Odoi also? That same tour had an injury, both Achilles. Listen, I'm getting on in years, so I could be mistaken, but that's a top. Sorry,
Long-term injury. I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not
yeah,
too quite sure what sort of
that's
injury
a
was. Yeah.
tough injury to come back from, and I'm not using that as an excuse, but I remember the report saying that we want to put him on loan, but we persuaded him that we have interest in him. I don't know what's gone wrong. Maybe it's off the field issues. Maybe he's got personal problems. I don't know.
Or do you think his salary? Because
It,
if that's the case, we didn't even hear that they asked him to take a pay cut and stay. That they want to keep him. Nothing like that came up. But you go ahead with what you were saying, Roger.
yeah, it could be a myriad of things, Coach. I just didn't think that this would transpire. I really didn't. But then again, I never saw last season happening either. So what do I know? It's sad. I wish him well because I
Next time, if you ask me, so what do I know? I'm going to say nothing.
not a lot. No, I didn't see this happening. I didn't see the trajectory he would take. I thought
if you ask Roger, let's assume we're trying to analyze the situation. What happened? Is it just that injury, or is there more to it? Do you think he's not committed to becoming better, or do you think because of the hype when he emerged,
pressure?
The hype was that the pressure was so much for him to measure. You can say the expectations are from the fan base, and you can say the rival fans, and for Bayern wanting to sign him at that again for 17 million, whether it was euros or pounds, that's still quite a lot for you can say a young player who hasn't played that much, first team football that much. What really happened? Because I think it's beyond. It's just beyond the injury. And then actually, him wanting to leave became a problem too, if you ask me, because Thomas Tuchel, he liked him. He was just playing, you can say, tough love on him. And that's, you can say, sometimes that's the way you get the best out of players. Maybe he sensed it that he was, you can say, feeling as if he has arrived when he hasn't really. So he wanted to show him you're still learning, because he played some high-profile games on the
Frank.
no, I'm just saying under Thomas Tuchel. And again, he started getting game time. And I think the problem was that he wanted to leave. But you go ahead. I want to hear from you. I think, maybe he felt he's arrived. That didn't help either. But go ahead.
I think that could be that's a very possible angle to take. Yeah, I get it. It also, listen, I'm just assuming it also could be the fact that he had, when you recover from an injury, it's psychological also. And maybe, only you know your body, so to speak. So maybe he was hesitant. Maybe he was apprehensive about pushing himself that much because of that injury. When you recover or go through rehab for an Achilles, that's a serious injury, and
but just quickly, Roger, beyond the injury, we've seen him play very well under Thomas Tuchel.
Yeah.
That's why I've looked at it and I'm saying no. I think he overcame the injury. Actually, there's more to it. But go ahead, sorry for cutting you off. Maybe.
It could be that. It could be a combination of things. Maybe he thought he had arrived. I don't know. I honestly couldn't say, but I didn't see this coming. I thought he was going to have a long career with Chelsea, and at a higher level. I really did, because he ticked all the boxes. He met all the criteria. He was quite amazing. He would, when he had the ball, I was thinking, this guy, once he matures, with his football IQ and etc., he has a very high ceiling. Therefore, and I'm very surprised at this. I really am, and I feel sorry for him, because when you see players come from the academy, you want them to succeed. Even when they leave the club, you always want what's best for them. They're human beings after all, and I wish him well. I just wish he was able to succeed with Chelsea. That's all.
Let me ask you this: do you think it's over for him, or do you think he can still get there? There, in the sense of reaching, you can say that level that we're all, you can say, no, we knew before then. Maybe we believe that he's capable of reaching.
To be honest with you, I thought if anyone was going to bring out the best of him, it would have been Poch and his team, because he specializes with youth. You wouldn't want him to go to Jose Mourinho. You want someone that can bring out the best, motivate, analyze and work one-on-one. And I thought he would excel under Poch.
maybe
I,
for some reason the club don't just
yeah,
they just don't want him right now.
maybe his approach, maybe his laxity, maybe he's not motivated. I don't know, but I would have
Maybe.
thought because of this coach and his coaching staff coming to Chelsea, if I wanted to take my game to the next level, this would have been a very strong candidate to actually assist me in doing so. I don't know. It's
Off the top of your head, how old do you think he is?
So he's like 22, 23, isn't he?
22. That's what I'm saying. I think
he's
this
young.
again because the club would have actually tried to put him try to get him to put pen to paper for a new contract, or maybe send him a loan, or still keep him. But I think something there's something, like you said, it may have been his salary because he's one of the highest earners.
Everyone thinks he's 26, 27, but he's been around since he was 17.
I don't blame them. It's just like if somebody asks you how old is João Felix, you'd say around 25, 26, 27.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I get it. Same as Ethan Ampadu, because they've been there. You've been hearing their name for 2, 3, 4 years. So
Ethan played for us at 17. So I get it. Yeah, it's a good simile. Do I think he will succeed? I think if he goes to the right place with the right manager, and if he's motivated and he has, listen, you need also a happy life, Hopefully he's happy at life, whatever that aspect of whatever makes you happy. That's important too. If he has the right people around him, I think he can excel. To what level, coach? I'm not sure.
Until it happens, we'll see it.
Yeah, I was hoping. Actually, I thought he would be an England player. I think he's obviously quite far from that, especially with the youth they have coming through. So he needs to be in the right environment, and hopefully, if he stays healthy, he can do that.
Yeah, Poch would have been again. It would have been good for him to walk on the Poch, but for
a perfect marriage.
Yeah.
I wish him well, coach.
I wish him well. I think he'd do well. He's still very young. It isn't over for him yet. That's how I see it.
Coach.
Yeah. Yep, he is. Yep, 22. I would love to see Odoi playing for Fulham. He will be a star in that team. If he goes and start playing for Lazio under Mauricio Sarri, I'd take it. At Fulham, still fine. I think he gets a chance. Odoi should leave Chelsea. He's very lazy at his age. Again, a lot of weight. Garner Charleston, how do you say arrive? How did you arrive at that conclusion that he's lazy? Todsy Bright Francis says, I'm getting so exhausted about Caicedo deal, and the more the deal keeps boring, it becomes keeps going. The more Chelsea should be working on a plan B for Caicedo. The rest assured they're doing that, but please let's keep the topics aligned. Otherwise, I'm going to skip your comment. Big up to you too. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding time to join JC. And Roger says hi to you too. And this is Yedley Nathan says, please let us know that Christopher Vivel is completely gone. He's gone. He's now returning. What is meant? What did you mean by gardening leave? But the report of gardening leave was followed immediately that he's left the club. It didn't last hours. And then we heard that he's gone. He's no longer part of the Chelsea hierarchy. And Caicedo's deal is going to happen or dead. I think it will happen. Why Chelsea are not showing interest quality strikers? Vlahovic, I do not know, really. And I think even if we're going to the season without signing any, you could say, players that you could say that are more aligned to the traditional approach, like Vlahovic or Osimhen, honestly, I wouldn't mind from what I've seen. Ajay Edikachi, good day to you too. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining. I got a feeling that this Caicedo deal will end up like when we wanted to get Conde. I don't think so. I think this one is different in so many ways. Roger is right. Bayern offered 80 million for Cho, and Sarri turned it down. Both Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Cho injured their Achilles under Sarri. Yep, but did they get injured in the United States? No.
Yeah, I think it was on. They played on AstroTurf in the United States.
I think it was one of them that got injured in the United States.
Yeah. Coach, may I ask how much? Do you know how much we're going to sell Cho for? What's the offer being made?
I'm not sure. No fee is mentioned. I think the fee involved in that was mentioned 2 weeks ago, but now we're not hearing any fee or any fees now. We've heard nothing about how much we're going to sell him for. And the beautiful game, always nice to see you, brother. But as you can see here, rumors are that we're trying to drive up the price and have invited Lazio into the race. The question is, would he want to go to Lazio? Maybe because of Mauricio Sarri. Cho injured their Achilles on the Sarri brutal training regime, and they were never the same again. Okay, so maybe the injury. Cho's brother was his agent. Enough said. Yeah, I think there's always an issue when family members are involved in a business. Honestly. Yeah, that says a lot. And big up to you too, brother. I appreciate you joining. Let's see, a sports and food. Okay, just answering somebody's question. Let's see what else we have here. Breaking news: Conor Gallagher is ready to leave Chelsea after being deemed a surplus to a requirement with Tottenham and West Ham leading the fight for his signature. Nizaki Sela. Okay, I'm shocked at that. I'm going to see if I can see that report myself. But JC, more importantly, thank you for that report. How much should we be? I think we'll get around a 40 plus up to 50 from him because he's still, again, he's...
Gallagher? No.
Yeah.
You think that much?
I think that much, yeah. 40, up to 40 at least.
So Coach, can I just quickly say something? I watched the game this morning, the Brighton game, and he actually... Carney Chukwuemeka really impressed me, but Gallagher really impressed me. I thought he was tactical in the way he fouled. He pressed very well. I thought he was one of the best players for Chelsea.
He defended well too.
Yeah, very well. I thought, and also his, initially, remember this time last year, minus a couple of months, he was running like a decapitated chicken everywhere, right? But he closed down with purpose. I thought he looked really good. And actually, to be honest with you, I don't want to see him go. I'd like to see him a year under Poch and see how he can develop.
Yeah, let's move on from that one, but let's see what happens. So I don't understand why everyone is talking about us getting a new number 9. We have some good ones. Yeah, I think from what I've seen, I'd take it, really. I like a more fluid forward than having a system where you have a traditional number 9, especially one that all they do is wait for the crosses to come in on the carpet or in the air so they can put in the back of the net. If you mark them out, the team is done. I prefer a more fluid forward line. That way everybody scored. But that's just my opinion here. We'd like to know the state of affairs of the Moises Caicedo deal. We'll get to that a bit. Nothing new has happened. I think there's a chance we've had a face-to-face meeting with Brighton, as reported that we were told one will take place after the friendly match against them in the United States. Maybe that has happened. We've heard nothing, but the priority still remains to sign Moises Caicedo before other midfield targets, if that makes sense. Ghana Charleston says some of the English players don't take their training seriously, but expect the club to pay them huge money. I will put down my life for Reece James because he plays with commitment. You can say he's different if that's the language you prefer. Eddie Kachi, it's quite unfortunate for Odoi because he really played well under Thomas Tuchel. Yeah, a lot of people didn't think he did, but I think he played well under Thomas Tuchel actually in certain games. He loves Chelsea a lot. Look at how his career have gone down. I wish him well. I wish him well too. I think Jackson is better than Vlahovic from what I've seen. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't think we get it. I don't think we get Tammy Abraham, but that's just my opinion. Big up Kachila, big up to you too. Prince Mohaz, I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're doing well. Cho should have succeeded at Bayern Leverkusen, but I don't just know, again, just wish him well. He didn't start too many games, and that don't help. Yeah, you could say the form isn't permanent. It's temporary.
Exactly. Class is permanent. It goes.
Yeah, and yeah, class is permanent. Yeah. But Alonso, maybe he didn't play him that much. I think that's his name, Xavi Alonso, the former Spanish international and former Liverpool player too. Callum Hudson-Odoi can get better on the development coach. He should work on his fitness, and he should also be committed. you can say, reset his mindset to, you can say, to the belief that he has a lot to learn. I think that will go a long way. I think keeping Gallagher as a squad in the squad would be good. But coach, I appreciate you, Prana Sanda. You are seeing how much Saudis are offering from Babe. I haven't. Somebody did mention that. Mentioned that 200 and something million dollars. Is that for him, or will that be for PSG? Will that be the transfer fee, or will that be his salary? For just 1 year?
Yeah, that's what I read.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
Then I'll take it.
It's insane, isn't it?
I'll take it. He's still very young.
Go
ahead.
Last time I read, it was 150 million euros, if I'm not mistaken, for 1 year. Then he moves to Real Madrid. I can't remember how much they're willing to pay him salary, but I think it was more than minimum wage. I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah. You need the scientists to figure that out.
It's just a guess, coach. Just a guess. A hunch.
No, but I like the way you put it. But I would take it, even though my concern was that whether playing, you can say, in a league with, you can say, a lower standard league, he'd be ready to still perform at a high level when he comes back to Madrid. Jerry, my bro, much love to you. I owe you lots of apologies, but we'll get there. He's written he's written an article, and he doesn't know how to post it himself. He wants me to post it, and it's a delicious article, actually. I promised I was going to release the article yesterday, and I've forgotten, but we'll deal with that later. It's that time of the year. Just got a fresh new haircut and clear shaved for my debut. Whenever you're ready, you just let me know. Coach, the Gallagher news makes a perfect sense. This could mean we are buying 2 of the 3 midfielders we're looking at instead of 1 out of the 3. You always, you know what? You're always just trying to get the first delicious comment of the day. I don't like you, but I'm going to give it to you. This is good. It makes sense, and I like that. My choice would be Olise and Cherki. My choice will be Olise and Kudus. Kudus is more ready, more experience of the 2. But let's see what happens. Raves just joined the stream. Any Caicedo updates? Nothing new. Except we're waiting to hear the outcome of the meeting in the United States that we believed may have taken place, but we're not too sure because we're told they will try to meet face-to-face after the Brighton game. But let's see if we hear anything. Raves, be sure we will let you know. Do you think if Chelsea don't formalize their interest in Kane and let Bayern reach an agreement over a fee and then jump in and match the offer, it's up to Kane to choose then, and no Premier League team tax. And let me ask you this, Prene, do you think Kane will come to Chelsea? I think no. I think for reasons I've explained here 1,000 times, and I honestly do not want to go into that. He would want to go to a club where he gets to win something immediately, or maybe get the chance to win something immediately. Do I think Chelsea is that club at the moment? No, for obvious reasons. We don't have Champions League football. Do I think, is there a chance we go ahead, we win the Premier League this season? Yeah, because it's the season hasn't even started. So as long as it hasn't even started, that's a chance. And it hasn't ended, that's a chance. But he would want more than the Premier League now. He would want a chance to win the Champions League. And at Bayern, you could say it's be more easier than the Premier League, if that makes sense. So I don't see him agreeing to come to us. When is Lukaku leaving? I don't know, really. I have to be honest with you. Nice to hear you did watch the game replay, Roger. So do you finally agree there were much more positives and the goals really were small errors because the players were having a go offensively and the subs? Yeah, I think for me, the subs. But Roger, if you want to address that so we can move on. We have so much to catch up with in the chat so we can start addressing items. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I did watch the game, and I thought, first of all, I came away thinking, had this been played in a regular season, I still would have been entertained. It was one of the best pre-season / friendlies.
It was thrilling, really.
Friendlies I've ever seen. It was. You could tell both teams wanted to win. I wouldn't call them small errors, but I do agree with you. about the positiveness. And, there were many positive attributes from all the players, especially when you consider how many substitutes were made. Usually when you have this many substitutes, that the game, it basically, it diminishes. The quality diminishes. There's so much more quality that is reduced. I thought it just kept on going. If anything, it was actually accelerated in some positive ways. So yeah, I do agree with you, JC. I do. But however, when you say small things, no,
errors.
Errors. Well, they lead to goals, and goals are big. But I do understand the context with which you're saying, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I thought certain I'd say as an entity, I thought we played very well, and we showed our depth. And especially when you consider, listen, they've been established for basically a year under that coach and altogether. And these are a bunch of brand new players with a brand new coaching staff. This bodes well. Listen, it's a meaningless, friendly / preseason game. I get it, but it's positives that we can build on. So I totally agree. And listen, we have a very interesting upcoming season. We really do. It's going to be a roller coaster in some ways, but
it will be exciting nonetheless.
Oh, I think much more than last year. I'm eager to see how this season unfolds. I agree with you, JC.
Yep, JC agrees. So let's end the fight.
No fight at all.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm just But that's, by the way, I mean, we are going to see this season, right? Vlahovic only scored a 10 last season. I think he isn't again. He didn't finish last season in the greatest of form. Didn't measure the expectations are from people, given how well he did. Was it Atalanta? I think it was Atalanta or so, or Fiorentina. Either Atalanta or Fiorentina. I can't quite remember which.
Who are you talking about, Coach?
Vlahovic. Vlahovic only scored. Yeah, only scored 10 last season, and people said he was great. No, I'm judging him based on how well he did in his the club he was at before he joined. I think it was Fiorentina before he joined Juventus. Would be interesting to hear Roger's take on now. I think he's giving you that already. Let's see what else we have here. 300 million from Mbappe. It's brand.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's brand. They want to, you can say, beef up the league, the brand of. They want to polish the brand of the.
They have deep pockets, Coach.
Yeah, they have deep pockets. But one thing is sure, I think they will rebrand the league. But one thing is certain, they're not going to keep spending this much money every year on players. If they do it well at one time, the league will become attractive to even younger players. So they won't be needing to even, you could say, spend that much money, signing, you could say, established names from Europe. Players would want to go there at a very young age, and they will have quality there. But the God of Frog, always nice. God of Frog's always nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. 300 million to PSG, 700 million salary for 1 year. Whew!
Okay. No, that can't be correct, surely.
Yeah. Coach, be careful with the Saudi, because now that Jerry Z has had a haircut and a bath. I hope Jerry responds to you. If Mbappe doesn't want to move to any other club this season, PSG cannot force him to leave. That's the truth. He would want to go to Saudi Arabia before that becomes a reality. If his preference is to go to Real Madrid, then they have no option than to sell him to Real Madrid now. And if Real Madrid aren't willing to pay and they already have an agreement with him, he could just stay while away time and again run down his contract and boom, leave us a free agent. And it happens. PSG cannot force him to leave. He has a contract and the right to stay until 2024. But we're not going to talk about Mbappe here again. Let's talk about Chelsea, please. We don't want that distraction until we start streaming constantly, or at least you can say many times per week on the sister channel, please. Kolo Muani, Huseka, Lamika, rumors are that we're looking at him. Are we still interested? I do not know. Poch and Kane relationship don't mean anything. Kane will prioritize his chances of winning the Champions League, the Premier League, but not just the Premier League alone. But more importantly, if he can win the Champions League first, he'd go for that. Angela being loaned out whilst we're keeping Sterling. A cruel world. Yeah, I agree with you. I just can't believe that. But
Very
here's the thing.
true.
Unfortunately, Sterling leaving isn't easy.
No,
I don't see any club signing him and giving him a pay rise,
coach,
and
coach.
he will not be in a hurry to leave. He's not that
No.
young anymore. Probably won't get a chance to play in a big competition for England next time.
Coach,
So it's about the money right now, security, if you prefer. Go ahead, Roger. Were you saying something?
yeah, I listen. You know, I'm quite critical of him. One of the things is in the 3rd minute, he didn't make a run at the far post when Chilwell made a cross when it went across the line. I thought he had a very poor game. Yeah, I get it. He, you know what he does? He's lacking confidence. He looks like you can tell when he receives the ball. You know he's not going to beat anyone. He
You know,
looked very
he's been so bad. He cannot even dribble a. He
no.
couldn't
He
even
looks
dribble a pole. A pole
j-
that's static that cannot move. That's how
coach.
bad it's been.
Coach,
Honestly, I've been one of his strongest defenders actually. But go ahead, Roger.
to me, he looks flat. If you know what I'm saying, he looks void of any confidence. I like him because he's a wonderful person. He's gone through a lot, you know, being young and being put on a pedestal and being a person of color. He's had to endure a lot, and he's a wonderfully mature and loving father. He's got many positive attributes, but on the field, I'm sorry, he's woefully lacking. And I think it looks like it, uh, well, uh, do you agree? Does he look like he's void in confidence or not?
It looks like it, but he shouldn't be now. Or maybe
Yeah.
there's a chance there's a chance. Again, the problem may well have been he's just mentally tired because the training sessions have been gruesome. You
Sure.
said double sessions per day and all that, and yeah, that may well again maybe he just needs a bit of a rest, you could say, to be himself again. But I don't know. Let me catch up with what we have
Sorry,
in the chat
coach.
so that we move on to other items. Is Sterling still a vital? I think you could. Let me do. If I'm being objective, he's still leadership,
Vital.
leadership and experience, maybe.
Yeah.
But beyond that, he needs to lead by example. If he's truly a leader, but he hasn't led by example from what we've seen so far. Or you can say he has not been leading by example because yeah, he's been awful. I just need Caicedo in this team, and then it's done. Considering we are not participating in Europe, Kachila, these kids given chance will impress. Considering they have the passion to play for Chelsea, I think I'm not sure. I think we'll see one or two of them, or even more, stay, but I'm not sure who. I also think Gallagher could still offer Chelsea something as a squad player. Let's see what he does under Pochettino. Yeah, and have you not seen the report even from Pice and was it Nizar Kinsala saying he's we're gonna sell him, that he's been told that his surplus to requirement. It's been it's best Angelo gets a loan. If we kept him, he probably won't get game time. I don't get why people are not happy that Angelo is getting loaned. He's been good in preseason, though. Here's the thing: if he stays, I take it. But I think he offers something very unique, something that all the players we have, none of them operates that way. He operates differently, and that's very good. That can, you can say, split opposition defense like this. Roger says he gets it, but I don't feel he does.
Thanks, Declare.
Big up to you too, Declan. Much love to you, brother. It's been a minute. I know you're busy. Bills don't pay themselves. Always nice to see you in the chat. Roger, were you saying something?
I'm feeling the love.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's funny.
Colwell is a very good defender, but I hate Humphreys. You rate Humphreys, so to speak, as a better player than Colwell.
I got to admit, listen, he looked composed yesterday, Coach. Again, Humphreys. I think Bobby's right. I think he stays in the team, at least initially, you know, because he could always be put back in the development squad, but he looks quite composed for the few amount of minutes we've seen of him.
Okay, just to correct this, Jesse is saying the Saudis are offering 500 million euros or pounds, but we want to move on from his talk. Okay, but thank you for that correction. We need to keep Angelo. I think we may well end up keeping him A big up to you to Chelsea all the way. I hope you're doing well. Greetings from Finland to all Chelsea family. This season is going to be again our season. I hope so. MMJ Fitness. I'm just going to be saying hello to a lot of people in the chat that I haven't said hello to here. Roger, the progress that Chelsea has made in just 3 weeks under Poch is remarkable, considering it's essentially a brand new team. I agree with you. And Roger, do you agree?
I concur wholeheartedly. They look like they're playing as a team, and they look fitter. That they look transformed. Let's put it that way. Listen, it's only 2 games, but I totally get it. I really do. Declared, I really mean it.
Yep. Thank you so much for saying that. A sports fan mentioned that they never witnessed this attitude during Poch's 5-year tenure at Spurs, and they believe it's because of the military experience that he gained at PSG. Wow. Okay. Maybe we want that. Whenever the Bluetooth again once again says, whenever I see Gallagher in our midfield, I think one of our coaching staff left one of the ones on the pitch. Wow. Cones, so to speak. I think that's Cones, right? Yeah, coach. Yeah. What people don't see, it's a tsunami coming from Saudis. The transfer market will get crazy due to Saudi League becoming Super League. Players will demand higher salaries. FFP will become obsolete. Then FIFA will come in. Yeah. FIFA will come in. But that's why let's move on from that. Martin, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Roger Declad is saying he hates you. Can you see that?
With all his 3 hearts.
Yeah, with all the 3 hearts. Yeah, he hates you. But just by the way, much love to you, Declad. Always nice to see you.
Thank you, mate.
Martin, your thoughts, Callum Hudson-Odoi, what do you think happened beyond the injuries? I think because he recovered. I've argued, I think maybe he felt like he's arrived, but we cannot talk about him and not mention the injury. That didn't help. Because had he continued with the momentum he gained under Mauricio Sarri, it would have been, I strongly believe, it would have been a different story. But what do you think happened, really? And do you think we should have, you could say we should keep him since he's still just at 22? Whatever, just you have the floor. We're here to discuss the situation.
Yeah, Callum is one of the ones that, that hit home, because we all had big hopes and big expectations, and we knew where his potential was heading and all of that. But it's just sad. I think it was the injuries. I think he came back, the confidence, wasn't there. He didn't trust his body as much, and things just keep going down and down and down, and now he's gotten to this situation. But I think the good thing is the quality of clubs still interested in him, are still good, like this Fulham, this Lazio, and I didn't expect him to be pulling this kind of clubs at this point, but it's good to see. And having a deal with Fulham,
that's because they see the supply in him, and his age is a factor. If let's say if he's 27, and again in this such situation, I don't think too many clubs would be interested in signing him. But because he's still 22, and they know how good he can become, I think that's why we're not seeing shortage of clubs interested in signing him. But go ahead.
Yes, and I think Fulham would be the best option for him, because it's still London, it's close to family, it's close to home. You have a good while to play in the cups and get used to getting his fitness and his form back. I think it's going to be good for him. But I think Fulham is lowballing Chelsea, so Niza seems to hint that they're trying to get Lazio into the conversation, which might seem like a strange one, but Sarri is really good with his technical players, his wingers, the way they play. It's just moving to
delicious to watch them under Mauricio Sarri.
Yeah, and he seemed to have a good understanding about how Hudson-Odoi was previously, and so he has that trust in knowing the player, knowing that he can still get the best out of the player from what he knew about him, and knowing how to work with him right now. But it's a new league, it's a new system, new environment. Eyes wouldn't really be on him like that. So I think it's better if he goes to Fulham. He'll be close to family, because there's the mental side of things. Getting
is
the
that
confidence.
Where he's from? Is he from Fulham?
No, he's still in London. Fulham and Chelsea are still in the same area.
It's a stone's throw away from each other.
Yeah, like the closest train station to Stamford Bridge is still Fulham's
Yes.
station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we are like, it's almost the same place. So he could literally just walk to Cobham and
Yeah.
meet his guys and friends. So I think that helps the mental side of things. They get to push him, they get to give him the mental support, the emotional support, and the belief that, just keep working hard, keep pushing. You're gonna find your feet back, and I think that goes a long way at this point. So it's just to come to an agreement on the fee for that, I think. And I don't know why Chelsea is holding on too much, to a fee. I think Hudson-Odoi is one of them ones that you just let the wages get off your books and you keep it moving. I mean, if we can let Aubameyang and Aspi go on free, I think we can let him go as well.
I don't think we want to do that. The
Yeah,
fact that we've invited
Lazio.
Lazio to come, you can say, join the race to sign the player, which means we expect to get something from his
Something.
departure, but it's a risk. If we don't end up selling him, he leaves as a free agent. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat there, and if I've read your comments, then again, my priority right now would be to say hello to some of you in the chat that I haven't said hello to. Gallagher is again, you could use the term that he's first out, given the rumors we're hearing. I hope Gallagher does leave. He's taking Mount. He's taking Mount and Havertz whipping boy spots. Yeah, the punch bag maybe. I think I agree with you. Okay, we're all happy with Poch, but he still needs to clean the teeth. Oh my gosh, why did I read that? And even took my time to read it.
Yeah, you
Saudi
did.
have shown in all the sports, like golf, that they are not scared to take on a federation. But FIFA is a different animal altogether. You would want to in the future say, I want to host the World Cup. And they plan, I think they're bidding to host the World Cup soon. And they
Yes,
so
yes. I
you don't
think
want to
that's
fall
what
out
all
with
of this is
FIFA.
about.
Yeah.
This
So you
is the
don't want to, yeah,
motivating
exactly. And
factor.
like, go ahead, you were saying something.
This is the motivating factor why they're doing this. It's
So,
yeah.
so
it's
you
between a
cannot
couple of
take-
countries. Yeah. It's listen, it's ego, it's hubris between certain countries, and listen, football is it's embedded in their culture. Also, we can't dismiss that. However, it's about one team, United Arab Emirates versus Saudi Arabia, etc. It's a couple of countries that compete and have very deep pockets in which to do so, and that's what
Yeah.
you're seeing currently. Like PSG and Man City. Look at those two, for instance. It's the same principle involved here.
And
All right, enough of the Saudi talk. Let's talk Chelsea.
Sorry.
Please.
Sorry, Martin.
I think Martin, were you saying something?
No, I was like giving Qatar, hosted the last World Cup. They
Yeah.
looked at that and were like, "Ooh, I want me some of that too." So,
Exactly.
And probably will want to do better, but yeah, hopefully we're moving on from that. I think the only team that will defeat us is it's only EPL Cup. Okay, that is if we win, and we will be bad for this season. I struggle to understand that, but that's a big up to you for finding the time to join. Emmanuel Masonje, I appreciate you joining. Who do you think we should assign? Kudus, Cherki, or Olise? Olise, because but I don't think we're signing Olise. I think we still sign Olise and Kudus. We'll sign Olise and either of Cherki or Kudus. Those are the 10s for the 10 position before us. So we're signing Olise as a winger. That is just my opinion. I think CFC are in good shape due to multiple players on 8-year contracts. Given 8-year contract to Cho does not make sense. So he goes. It's a new CFC way of doing things. And again, when those young players we sign start to mature, I think it will go a long way for us. You guys should sign Maguire, top guy. No, keep him. Keep him. We even pay you to keep him. Mantage sin. But nice to see you, brother. Much love. It's been a while. Cho went to an attacking league and flopped. I don't think he's helping his case right now by doing what? What has he done that you think doesn't have his case? I want to know. Uwagboy Tosin says 100 million for Caicedo is bad for business because we have Andre Santos in the squad. Buying him will affect Andres' mindset towards a long-term vision, considering his age and Caicedo's is bad business. That's some argument right there, and it's worth actually listening to. But let's see what the club does. Will Omari Hutchinson suffer because of all the young left-footed wingers we have, and want Madueke Angelo, probably Olise? The list is endless. Then prove you're better than every other winger we have, and that's it. You have a place in the team. It's competition, and if you cannot compete, then you don't deserve to be part of the Chelsea first team. Let's see what else we have here. And okay, enjoy yourself, Kichila. I do hope you really you read my above comment. It should be a good message to other fans. Okay, let me just do you a favor there. But you're responding to someone, honestly. Did you enjoy the derby between Money Mount, Shy Havertz, and declining Rice? Okay, I get it. I think that's a very creative of you. We're still enjoying and counting the money. Too much to count fast. So we'll take our time and not to make mistakes. But let's see. But I like that one, though. Honestly, you should put it out as a tweet. I think it will go viral. Let's see. Sorry.
Okay, deal. Maguire plus Phil Jones. That's funny.
Oh,
That's
was
very
that what
honestly,
he says in response?
I don't know. I just saw it above. That's
Okay.
funny.
Roger Colwell was shaking his head when he was subbed around 80th minute. It's easy to relate that he considered the penalty, but it could also be that he's not happy and doesn't like being subbed. No, I think shaking his head was as a result as a mistake he made. That's how I see it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that is just me. You have every right to interpret it to. He wasn't happy at Chelsea. I don't think that's the case. No, it was due to the mistake.
I think he takes pride in how he plays, and as a young person, he wants to impress the coaching staff and his teammates. And this shows me that he wants to push himself harder, and I like that. I like that when you can be self-critical in a constructive way. Good. I like that. He should be.
Yes, that's the term I was looking for, and you knew, Roger. You had to do a tap in on me.
Onside, though, mate. Onside. That's a beautiful thing.
He was just being self-critical. Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. But Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's I'm playing better than Sterling right now. That's a beautiful goal I just scored.
Back post,
seriously. Yeah. but good one. No, but it's true though, Coach. You're right. That's the way I perceive it, and I think it's quite apparent.
Yeah,
I'm not being naive. I'm not being, a Chelsea fan here. I'm just being. If I see that from any other team with a young player, you're seeing a person that is not content, that knows he can do better. Listen, it's one, with all due respect, meaningless preseason / friendly game, and he's taking pride in what he does. And I think everyone should do that in every aspect of their life. And kudos to him.
Yep, I agree with you, bro. Who is better, Levi Colwell or Badiashile? I'll just say that at this point they're both good. I'm not gonna go beyond that.
It's a tie, Coach.
Sorry?
We can answer that in like 10 years' time. They're both very good and have very high ceilings.
Yeah.
One has got much better taste in wine and food, and the other one doesn't.
You could say that. You could say that. Let's see, Martin. I don't know. You have anything to say with regards to what you thought? Why do you think Levi wasn't happy? If you want to add to that, that's up to you.
No, it's the same thing as yours. He was just disappointed, by what happened. And I like the way Poch comforted him just as soon as he got out. Like, don't worry.
Because he knew he wasn't happy. He made that mistake. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what it is, and I like to see that, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah, virtual oath studio. Relax. We'll get to the Olise again topic in a bit. But nice to see you, brother. He was disappointed by his by the mistake. Almost like, why did I go in with that tackle? The moment it happened, he knew it, that Pedro was looking for a contact, and Colwell knew it before hitting the ground, and then he couldn't again avoid it, and it happened. So he was just not happy that happened. Sterling's performance against Brighton was a real worry. Almost too slow. I wouldn't say slow. He actually surprised me. There was a run when the Brighton defender was trying to pull him down. He shrugged him off and took the ball into the box. But the final decision was I nearly threw up. Honestly, I nearly threw up because somebody, I think one of his teammates was waiting. He could have just squared the ball for his teammate, and he tried to shoot point blank. He hit as if the defender was a target. Honestly, I could not believe that for somebody who's played under Pep. You can say for Man City was always looking, you can say they're drilled to always look to the better positioned player.
He looks lost, coach. He looks
he looks lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, he looks, maybe he is tired, and when you're tired physically, the mind goes first before the legs. And I get it.
Yeah, tiredness can impair your judgment.
But he's a veteran, coach. He's not a 17-year-old. He is a veteran. He's in his prime. And listen, this is meaningless because it's pre-season. If he's doing this at Christmas time and after January, February, then I want to give him a new lease of life. And see what Poch can do to develop him.
So the suggestion now it's tiredness, like you said. It's just mental fatigue. But go ahead.
So let's see what happens. I want to give the chap, because he's a lovely person, and he's a good person for leadership in the locker room, etc. He's a moral individual. He's got many good attributes, but on the field, he's, let's just put it politely, he's not in great form. And he looks lost out there.
Yeah.
So let's give him a chance. But I personally didn't want him at the club because I've seen him play so much and I've never been impressed with him. But I wish him best, especially when it's for Chelsea.
Yeah, Roger, so you firmly believe that Colwell is staying, and the topic is closed. I think you've heard the club say it 1,000 times. I think they're not. Go ahead, Roger.
Never say never, but it certainly appears that way. One never knows, But
on a percentage scale, I'd say 90 to 10. 90 he stays, 10 he.
I'd say higher, 95 to 99 he stays.
And that's because we need reinforcement in the defensive area. If he leaves, which means we'll be looking for at least 2 defenders. So. But go ahead, Roger, what you're saying.
Because of Koulibaly, and also obviously you've got people like what's his name, the French chap,
Badiashile out injured.
Badiashile, with a groin injury, and no disrespect, but Silva isn't exactly a spring chicken, and obviously you've got Fofana out for the season. So, if those instances didn't transpire, those injuries, then I'd say, there's a much stronger possibility he could be sold, but I doubt it very much now. I think in a very high 90% he stays.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he stays. That's just my opinion. Let's see what else we have here. Let me catch up. We need to start addressing the items we have lined up. Buying Olise, it's not Chelsea oriented. Remember Patrick Vieira is a Strasbourg coach, so you can relate to this guy. Okay, maybe he advised us to go for him. I don't know. In competition between Colwell and Badiashile, the club and Poch are the clear winner, and they will raise their games and become better players.
Exactly.
And I don't selling either. And forget the fact that they're left-footed. I think they're good enough to play on the right-hand side. I know some people have always brought that up. Colwell was asked, that's a character I hate in the movie so much. The avatar there. Colwell was okay versus Brighton. Did give the ball away a couple of times this preseason, so I don't read too much into that. It was put on his backside twice. Even faked a cramp when Pedro handled him for the pen. Is that Hoxie? Hoxie009, I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the show. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Colwell's mistake was due to inexperience or tiredness. It could be, you can say, any of these reasons we've talked about. The issue with Sterling, he says, was not his pace, but rather his decision making. Yep, I said that too. So you had to do a tap in on me. You've joined the ranks of those that are into tap-ins, if I'm allowed to say that, but rather his decision making in the final third and taking too long to pass the ball, and sometimes unnecessary dribbling when you can't just dribble at the moment. Gabriel Morbas might be starting last season with us at 28. He's on a high wages and has failed to impress us so far. Should be the leader given his experience, but he is somehow a passenger. He hasn't been leading by example, but he leads on and off the pitch, we've been told. But I want him to lead by example whenever he's playing. I cannot wait for Cowell and Badashile lobbing balls to Mudryk. That would be some sight. In fact, Mudryk even made a pass to himself, almost like the Flash of Marvel comics. Wow. Here's the thing: they're both actually good on has good passing range. Badashile can pick up an excellent pass from the defensive area to the attacking area, sometimes even on the carpet, actually. And I like that about him. Just Sports, I appreciate you joining, guys. I honestly feel Brighton deserved a draw in the game. Mitoma was just too good, but that was Mitoma made me realize how good Malo Gusto can be defensively. I thought, again, he wasn't that good defensively, but he proved me wrong on the day. Let us not forget Cowell joined preseason late, and this was his first game merely 2 days after flying to the US. Yep, I agree with you. What is the latest Chelsea signing? Matayo, relax, bro. Relax. We'll go talk about don't go anywhere. Will Chelsea come back for what? We will come back. I think we will do well this season. How well, I do not know. So, Roger, let me ask you. Lukaku hasn't been sold yet. He's still at the club. Let me ask you.
$10 in a swear jar.
Yeah, just quickly. What do you make of Malo Gusto?
I was impressed. If you look at a compilation of him playing in the French league, he makes very solid tackles.
Clean.
You know, I like the way he doesn't go in very clean. He's not reckless at all. He's calculated. I like him a lot. He's impressive. And then when you watch him play in actual games where it's not a compilation, his play mirrors exactly what you see in the compilations. There's no deviation from it. So he's consistent.
Compilation can be deceiving.
Exactly. That's often the case, Coach. I very rarely go by compilations because of that. And, you know, what you see in the compilations is what we're seeing the last couple of games with him playing. I like him. He's good going forward. This is the first time, no disrespect to Azpilicueta, but this is the first time in several seasons now where I am actually, shall we say, I'm not nervous about losing James. Of course, I never want that to ever happen, but I don't worry that if James goes down, you know, we're lost. And that's not the case. We have not, I'm going to use this term, but he's not just a backup. He's a rotational player. If anything, he's his peer to a certain extent.
And that's what we want. We don't want backups. We want players that will compete.
We need depth. We need starting players to compete in every single position, including the tea ladies, Coach. Don't forget that.
we need competing tea ladies so we can be getting better tea. Yeah.
Exactly. But seriously, I'm impressed with him, Coach. I really am.
I am. He's an excellent player, and
yes, and
he's not, you can't force him. He's such a player. You cannot force him to go back with the ball when he wants to progress the ball. He finds a way to progress the ball.
And he's good going forward, and he's solid in defense. He ticks all the boxes. As I always say, I think he's got a very bright future.
Yeah, he is. He does have that. I don't know, Martin, you want to add to that, or should we move on and as soon as possible I start addressing items we'll have lined up? But if you want to talk about Gusto, you go ahead.
Just shortly, I think the best part of Gusto is just his confidence. He has this attitude of he knows he can tackle. Yeah. And I liked that. You know, when he was going with Mitoma, the struggles, even when Enciso came on, he had this little nug and he just gave him just a little shimmy, like, yo, you know, I got this. And
you know what? Sorry to interrupt, but Mitoma is one of my favorite players in the Premier League. He impressed me so much last year. And he negated him for the most part. That's
Yeah, he was
impressive.
able to deal with them
Oh, sorry, Martin.
Yeah, and his build has that kind of Poch build that
Martin,
can
you know
run.
Roger is into cutting people off, right? That's his thing.
No, it's fine.
I
It's
apologize.
fine. So Gusto,
No, he's
he
not.
gives me lots
I
of
think he just wanted
confidence.
to interject there with something. But go ahead, Martin.
You
Sorry.
you interjected to say that I interject. I love it.
Exactly. Double happens.
No, he was offside.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, so it's just the fact that he has that build to run up and down the field all game. He wasn't tired even late in the game. He still wasn't tired. He still had the energy, the excitement, the aggression, and that just gives me confidence. Honestly, just going into the season. So
I
yeah,
like him. Let me ask you this quickly. We have James, and both are very good players. Do you see a situation where the manager would be tempted to find a way to feed them both?
Yeah.
I don't think so because the
It
way
becomes a risk, right?
yeah and it's all about the profile and how he would want to use the players. Now we could have the adjustment like we did in the second half where James stays a little behind and then we have like a Colwell and Cucurella, but I don't think that works in the Premier League, not against top teams with top managers and all of that. So I don't think we should think about it like that. I think if you need a winger to play higher up the pitch, we have wingers for that. We have like
All
proper
right.
wingers for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. All right, and maybe rotate them to find out that's to keep them happy. So I'm gonna try and catch up with what we have in the chat now, and then we'll get into the next item we have up there. And big up, nice to see you, Just Spot. I appreciate you joining. Okay, says Archibong says update from Kudus, nothing new yet. If we can, if anything emerges and anything new emerges, believe me, you'd hear it first here. Okay, I'm not gonna try to Luca. Okay, look over highs the goat. Who will we will loan Angelo or Nani? Because no way we get all three. We keep all three. I guess that's what she was trying to say. Rumors are that Angelo will live on loan, unfortunately, and that will cost me $50 because I argued that he will stay. Coach, do you think FIFA will add a new category to the Ballon d'Or called cheap toppings? I have two people I'd like to nominate. Yeah, he probably picked me and Roger, maybe. Go ahead. Pick the nominees. So let's hear you. Roger and Jerry. Jerry doesn't do toppings. Lukaku will be sold to Juventus or Inter Milan. I don't think he goes to Inter anymore.
No.
Hi, Coach. Hi to you too. I appreciate you finding the time to join. What was the score against Brighton? I didn't watch it. 4-3. A high, you can say, goals galore on the day. Let's see what else we have. Anything else? 4-3. Yeah, thank you for helping me answer that question. I appreciate you doing that. Top of the morning, Coach. You too, Vic. Always nice to see you. Cherki, Olise, and Kudus are all the same profiles. No, Olise is more of a winger. Cherki is more of a 10. Kudus more of a 10. I know, given their profile, you can argue they can play on the flanks too. Or Olise can also play as a 10. And we're losing two wingers, you could argue. Ziyech will leave. He hasn't left, but he will eventually leave. We've lost Christian Pulisic. And yeah, so you could I think we can buy them all, but chances are, in my opinion, I think we'll sign Olise and one of Kudus or Cherki. Or Cherki, like Martin told me that's how you pronounce it. I would go a bit further. Santos was given duties to fall back to CBs, and Starlin was asked to stay up. In that phase of first half, Gusto was single-handedly stopping Mitoma, Gilmore, and Pedro triangle. So he was effective. So that's good observation there. I appreciate you. Honestly speaking, you guys should sign Harry Kane. We cannot. It will not happen. Maybe we can afford it, if you ask me. But do I think he'd want to come to Chelsea? He would want to come to Chelsea? I'd say no. Coach, can we deploy James in midfield? I'm going to say this again. I don't think we have the luxury to do that. We want to hit the ground running. If James starts playing in the midfield, then it will be an experiment. Except if the manager have been doing that in training, which we don't know. But let's see. He's the only guy who could. who could revive your strike force, really. Probably be stopping us from scoring. Keyshawn, my New York bro, always nice to see you. If Levy does not get his act together, Kane will walk to Cobham next season. Even if he leaves as a
No.
free agent, I don't think he comes to Chelsea, but that's just my opinion. Coach, should FIFA make different Ballon d'Ors for different regions? Because young players are okay for different what regions? Okay, young players with talent will move to smaller leagues, score 50 goals up per season and win Ballon d'Or like Mbappe, Felix, and Neves. Wow, that's some argument right there. Martin, can you address that one so we move on to the items we'll have lined up?
So this whole thing about FIFA, I think it's everything is all speculative at this point. Saudi is not doing anything unusual. It's just the amount of money that that being handed to players and salaries and all of that. But I don't think it's anything unusual. The point is, can this be sustained? Maybe, and would this affect European teams and prizes? But it's almost similar to what the Premier League is doing to the other leagues as well. So
yeah,
we
Roger, you want to add to that, or should we move on?
No, we can move on. The Ballon
All right.
d'Or. It's just individual awards.
Yeah.
I'm not for those kind of things.
Yeah, I think if you ask me, I'd say it glorifies selfishness, honestly.
Because it's a team sport, it's a team sport.
Exactly.
And when's the last time a goalkeeper won it? I'm kidding.
Of course, you have to represent your union, right? Chelsea wingers are going to fight to be in the starting 11, and I like your name. Mudryk is going to be the next Eden Hazard. No, I think it's different.
The first
Eden is very different. Okay, has agreed personal terms with Juventus, and I'm not going to say the name he wrote there. And
I'm like, who is that player, coach? Who is that player?
So we have that the Gallagher breaking news. I'm not sure we have to talk about it, but if maybe the panelists again, Martin or Roger, maybe they don't have to. Yeah, I don't know. Again, let me start with you, Martin. Then I'll go to Roger.
Yeah.
How well do you trust Nicolas Jackson? Here he says Conor Gallagher is set to leave Chelsea after being deemed surplus to requirement. Chelsea are offering him to clubs and have not offered him new deal. It hasn't been long he signed a new one. He has 2 years left on his contract. So when did he sign the contract?
I think that was
loan.
Yes, that was a 5 years or so.
Oh, okay. Gallagher accepts the decision, according to reports. He's a good professional, actually. He carries himself well. But Martin, you want to talk about that? I know we talked about it, but we have the report before us. People in the chat can see that's what we're talking about right now. You have anything to say? You go ahead.
Yeah, so starting off from Niza, who Niza doesn't usually have the club's interest at heart. So but looking at the way he phrased this,
that's some statement right there.
It's something he has good connections though to the Chelsea hierarchy and all of that, and some players as well. And I think we've discussed about this earlier, where we spoke about the amount of tens, because I think we've tried Gallagher deeper and we've seen that he's not suited for any deeper role. It has to be a 10 and a 10 only. And if you're looking at that, if you're looking to play Nkunku right there, and also sign the likes of Cherki and Kudus or others we're linked with, then it has to threaten Gallagher. He also threatens Kane. And I think from maybe the preseason, we've looked at it and said, you know what, Kane might have something to work off here, and Gallagher might be the one to leave. So this is weird, because most times people speak about us having midfielders, but I think they don't see it as two sections of it: the deeper midfielders and then the 10. Because if you look at it in that way, then you realize that we just have Santos as the deeper one, and then possibly Caicedo and Kane, and then Gallagher as a 10 or in that 8th row. So if you look at it, and you look at the demand for him, this helps everyone. He goes to West Ham, 40 million. He's happy. We are happy. West Ham is happy. It scores, some goals here and there, and it's all good. But it's quite sad because he's been getting a lot of heat, lately from some of his play, from playing deeper. We know he's not suited for that, honestly. So that shouldn't be a
And like the
surprise.
Clyde said in the chat, he's the new punch bag. I can't remember the term he used.
Yeah,
He's the
How
new
did
go-to when you want to. You're a Chelsea fan and you need someone to blame and say that person is nonsense and all that. But go ahead, Mark. Now I'll let you drop.
yeah, and I think it's all down to the application of where he fits and the profile and all of that. For players playing deeper, you need to be, a high volume passer. You need to be comfortable receiving the ball and being press resistant and all those things. We know those are not his strongest suit.
no,
But
he's not press resistant. No.
yeah, and in and around the penalty box, we know he can shoot. This brother can shoot. He can run, he can press, and yeah, he
He's
can
a
do some of
number 8 and a number 10.
yeah, and that's just it. So we are not surprised
Mhm.
about his abilities, but it's just the fact that people hoped he could remain and be worked on. But like I said earlier, his the amount of technical abilities needed to play for a top four team at this point, even those even players on the bench, Arsenal have trusted and some other players on the bench. Like, we're not talking of even starters. So you need some level of, tech. It's all about player profiles and teams. We're going to be going against low blocks. We're going to need to hold possessions most of the time. You know,
Mhm.
being press resistant against the top six when you go to Old Trafford, Etihad, everywhere. So when you look at that, and even some making the arguments of him coming off the bench to do what, in what capacity is different. Is different. We've seen when Potter tried to do that. Usually, when he comes off the bench, the team kind of seems a bit worse somehow. We're not holding on to the ball as much. It's just bouncing off hot potato, hot potato. So it's all
Mhm.
down to the profile. If he goes to a Palace, if he goes to a West Ham, he flourishes there because it's an open style, open play, back and forth, the energy to run down the field, to chase your man, to launch in, get into tackles, this and that. And then the random goals here and there. He'll flourish in that. And that's good. So it's all about
Can I ask you something, Martin? How did you grade him versus Brighton?
he was good in the second half, and it's all about the positions. He played deeper in the first half,
Yes, he
and we
did.
already know he's not suited. He doesn't have the requirements for that, so he struggled in it. But he was
I didn't see him struggling in the first half. I have to watch it again, to be honest with you. I've only
he,
seen it once. I
He
thought,
wasn't
yeah.
that.
Why?
Let me just use this language. He wasn't that effective in the first half.
Yeah,
uh,
because why I mean by struggle is we struggled with playing back, playing out from the back. Some of the balls, the demand for the ball, the level and high quality passing. Like, there's a difference when you have if you exchange him with Billy Gilmore in that position, just in that same game, you see the difference immediately because you need to be a high volume passer playing deeper. It's not just being any play. Any player can pass a ball, but you need to want to be a high volume passer,
sure.
showing up.
Having said that, conversely, though, don't forget there's two phases of a game, or technically three, but two phases for the most part.
Yeah.
With possession and without possession, he did exceptionally well without possession.
Yeah.
He tackled and he fouled, and
Yes.
not in a, shall we say, in a dirty manner. He was very
Cleanly.
professional, yeah, very clean,
Yeah.
and he stopped their counter very well. I thought he did very well
He did.
playing deep. I really did,
Yeah.
and I didn't think he. Listen, I thought when he had the ball, for instance, I thought yes, there were very short passes, but he didn't get smothered with the ball. In fact,
No, he didn't.
I thought he did very well, actually. I will concede he is not the type of person that he press resistant. You use that term. That is not his MO. But I thought he did well for press resistance yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday, whenever it was.
Yeah.
But
But the
I thought,
amount, like the amount of touches and the amount of positional awareness
mhm,
is where the difference is. And you wouldn't see the difference unless you put in a better player beside him, which
sure,
of which we could see the difference between him and a younger 18-year-old Santos. That shouldn't be so for a Chelsea team because we're looking to make the top. I think people are forgetting the aim here. We're looking to make the top four. By making the top four,
I
you mean
agree.
You're putting the likes of United, of Tottenham, of Brighton's, or these other teams away from the top four. So to be in that position, you need high volume passers playing deeper for you. And like I said, I just gave you a little example of Gilmore. If he's there, the way he'll show up for the Silvers, the way he'll show up for the Cobwells, the way he'll spring the balls, the little 1-2s, there is more. Gallagher may make like 20 good touches, but a high volume passer can make that 40. And just being press resistant alone.
I thought he
Yeah,
ticked the
that's a
boxes.
good observation there.
But
Yes.
I somewhat disagree. I respect your analysis, and you are for the most part accurate. But I thought he did that yesterday, or whenever, the Brighton game,
Yeah,
whatever
he
it
did.
was.
He did.
And so I know playing against, I think, a quite, shall we say, respectable opponent. It wasn't, not no disrespect to Wrexham, but this wasn't, a fourth division team. This was an elite. Well, I shouldn't say elite. This was a very good, a very strong Premier League team, and so I thought he acquitted himself quite well in all
Yeah.
aspects of the game. So I don't know. Listen, that's just one game he's done that, and to be honest with you, he has not done that enough over a long period of time. I completely agree. Like, especially the press resistance. You nailed it. Checkmate. But I'm just saying, against the game yesterday versus Brighton, I didn't see his shortcomings in that game. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
one game is not enough to sample. Maybe he's improved going forward. I would like to see him 1 year under Poch. Maybe he will not
I
improve.
would too. I
As a
would too,
10,
but we're
as a
hearing
10.
this is
Or
unfortunate.
a 10
but,
or an 8. A 10 or an
yeah.
8. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, not even an 8 on the flanks, maybe. Honestly,
Yeah.
that's my opinion.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I get it. But
Like,
what he did yesterday, I thought what he was asked to yesterday, he did it and he excelled. That's my opinion.
yeah, he
But I'd
did.
have to see it a second time. But I
But
thought he was quite good. And so was Carney, by the way.
exactly, and that's what the problem is. The problem is with
Yes.
Carney.
I
If
love
Carney is
Carney.
better than him and the 10 in any way, or if they're looking at Carney as the 10 for the future, then Gallagher's position has been taken already. I spoke about this earlier, even when Mount was leaving, by saying these
I agree.
players cannot play deeper. They cannot play deeper. So if you're already saying that, and you're going to have the Enzo and Caicedo pivot, so everybody else is going to play ahead of them, in front of them, I mean.
Having said, go on, sorry, carry on, sorry.
So Gallagher playing in the 10, being as a backup to Nkunku, that's something we want to see, because we know he can, work on certain things, his technicalities, and he can get you the goals, the odd goals here and there in the season. And that we want to see. But if they're trying Carney there now in preseason and saying Gallagher should play deeper, then it's an exit for him, because I'm not sure he has the required level of technical abilities and
His
high
first
volume
touch,
passing.
especially.
Yeah,
His
and
first
high
touch.
volume passing to play in
Sure.
a double pivot. And this is it's not about the player, it's about the profile.
Currently that's the case. But having said that, if he can work for 1 year under this coaching staff,
He will
don't
improve.
forget, not just that, but then
He
in
will.
12 months' time, you've got hopefully the addition of European football, preferably the Champions League. You're going to need this depth.
Yeah, and you need.
And don't forget, you're expecting. We are assuming, not just you. We are assuming that there's going to be no knocks, no injuries, and you're playing in 4 competitions. You see what I'm saying? So it's going to be required. So let's say hypothetically he's sold. Then where are we in 12 months' time with the addition of European football? We're back to square one. Well, we could conversely say we should never have sold him. For instance,
the difference now is, in 12 months' time, would have Carney and Casaday fighting for the 10th spot behind Nkunku. So, like I'm saying, these guys, we are looking at the double pivot of Enzo and Caicedo. So that assumption of either of them playing deeper should be cancelled. Enzo and Caicedo will play most of the season. So all we're discussing is about the 10, and there are 4 players for the 10. Nkunku is going to be starting. So you have 3 more to go. There's Gallagher, Carney, and Casaday. So the odd one out needs to leave. So if you look at the demand, and you look at, the possibilities and the availabilities and all of that, then Gallagher is the likeliest one to be sold. It's not a consequence of his abilities, it's a consequence of the competition in the
Surplus to
number 10.
requirements.
Yeah.
No, I
And
get that.
this is
But
exactly why it's framed like that, because the competition is between Carney, Cassidy, and Gallagher.
don't forget this.
All right,
Lewis
let me catch
also.
up so we move on to the next item we have lined up there. Roger, you wanted to add something?
No, that's fine. There's also Lewis Hall. Listen, it's a very young,
Yeah.
condensed midfield. I get that. And I would have to say 90% of what you stated, I completely concur with you. But I'm just saying, well, you know what I've said.
Yeah.
Give me 12 months. But
That would be nice.
Yeah. But so would winning the lottery. I get it.
Mm-hmm. And
All
so
right,
would be for Carney and Cassidy as well.
Yeah.
All right,
Assuming
let's
we
see.
get him.
Gallagher is not a 10. He's a box-to-box midfielder. Box-to-box 8 in a 3-man midfield. His poor man's Frank Lampard. I think who was that? I think it was Roger calling somebody poor man's Riyad Mahrez.
That was Ziyech.
But yeah, go ahead.
That was Ziyech, poor man's Mahrez.
Okay, that was Ziyech, yeah. And Rayami, I don't know. I'm trying to find a very cool way to say your name, but I'll figure it out soon. Saudi doesn't have any price cap on Bloods, and I given 300 million contracts to Mbappe. Wow. Look at Mbappe's news. Yeah, we've seen that. Coach, would you be interested in signing Mbappe? Yeah, but would you want to come to Chelsea? I'd say no. And if you're watching, if you want to become a member, it costs just $2.99. It helps us sponsor students every month. Plus, the channel can benefit from it. But yeah, the community hasn't benefited from it. If anything, we've spent nearly twice as much as we've gotten from that. But that's, by the way, let's move on from this. Mbappe is getting offered 600 million pounds from Al Hilal for 1 year. Wow, that's some money there. Coach, I am making a serious claim here. If Chelsea don't finish in the top 3, I will deposit the 300 in your account. No, you have to make it public here so that people will see it, and we will give 100 each to 3 lucky winners from our community. Wow.
Jerry. Very
okay,
confident.
thank you, Jerry. So if we finish top 4, this still counts. Okay, somebody clip this, please, in case I forget. The correct amount is 439,000 naira. You see, for what money? The Mbappe money, is that billion? I'm not sure what you're calculating there. You see, that's still a lot. Coach Gallagher leaving is definitely the end of an era, or more appropriately, I can say that word correctly, the end of an era. Wow,
that's funny. That's
I'm gonna stop reading your comments, because if I would just end up in hell, because in the way you act, $439 million. That's a lot of money. Roger, were you satisfied with Kepa's distribution in the game against Brighton? It led to be again this. Okay, it's left a lot to be desired. So, Roger, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, actually, there's one pass that he made into the middle third of the midfield, and that was intercepted. Other than that, but he never put the team at risk. I thought his distribution, not only with his feet, but also, don't forget, use your hands. I thought he was good. I listen, the amount of times he touches the ball, his distribution is one of his, shall we say, fortes. I listen, in your eyes, you obviously don't see that. I see differently. I look at, as soon as a goal comes into view under the camera, and thus the goalkeeper, I look where he is. I look at his footwork and nothing else, and he's spot on. His area for concern is definitely he needs to start dominating his box aerially. His distribution is not a cause for concern. And when you consider you have elite goalkeepers, that like the top 3, the top 5, they all make substantial mistakes throughout the season. And yet you don't really see that from Kepa. You haven't for the last year and a half. He's been, for the most part, error-free. Is he due for an error or two this season? Probably so. But that's the norm. You know, you see every other player playing in the outfield. Do they not make mistakes? Of course they do. So why shouldn't a goalkeeper? But it's held in a different level. That there's hypocrisy with regards to that. Should I criticize every single player that gives the ball away and lament how bad he is? No, but that's what transpires when a keeper makes a mistake with the ball. So I think you're being a bit tough on him, in my opinion.
All right, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 117 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300 if we can. We've been averaging 160, 140, I think 145 per show, and that's good. The most we've gotten this transfer window is 260 something, but we can do better than that. Pulisic was playing really well for Milan against Real Madrid. I watched the game. I think he did well. Even Loftus-Cheek did well. Tomori scored a very, I think, a headed goal. Carney can walk in those tight spaces. He's good. He's a good dribbler. Gallagher is auditioning for other clubs. You could argue that. Bit harsh on Conor Gallagher, I have to say. He wants to stay, loves the club, and you can see his commitment whenever how committed he is whenever he's on the pitch. The reality is Poch's new pattern of play cannot accommodate Gallagher. Yeah, maybe that's the argument right there that I can agree with. He's rigid and not fluid. Okay, Chelsea plays with more flair and expression. He is a burden in the new style of play. Wow.
That's harsh.
But it's his opinion. God will know it wasn't my opinion. Because today will be on first team in 12 months. You know, okay, you don't. I think he's most likely will go out on loan from what I've seen. I know he's done well. A lot of people are thinking he's done enough to stay. I think otherwise, actually. For competitions, let's see. Facts, what else do we have here? The Chelsea have a nailed on left back for the starting of the season. Who's going to start? Chilwell or Cucurella? They can rotate. For me, I can't say much now, honestly, from what I've seen in the preseason. Cucurella, you can say, if you can see it, there's some instances you say Benchwell the better, some instances you say Cucurella the better, but they've been everywhere. It's just preseason, so I can't conclude right now, honestly. With the Saudi League getting the professionals, there are still more. They're not getting all the professional. Again, a few breaking news. Marco Silva decides to reject Al Hilal's 40 million proposal to stay at the Premier League. Wow. So he wants to coach in Europe. Coachella AC Milan has quietly turned into a CFC B team. You could say that. They are playing well. Ruben Loftus-Cheek and Pulisic played well. I watched the game myself. Tomori led the back line, but because he's a ball-playing defender, he's always, you could say, always makes one mistake or the other. And he made one yesterday that led to a goal. Why are they okay? Why is it that they had to do mischiefs only in London? I don't know, really, honestly. With the Saudis League getting professionals, with the world best players award only focus in Europe, or has now extended to Saudi. It has extended, but it'd be difficult for a player in the Saudi League to win it. But let's see, because let me say commercial viability maybe. But let's see. They have the money to, you can say, by the time that they do enough that when the rebranding is done, maybe a player in the Saudi League can win the Ballon d'Or. Maybe, I don't know. Conor left-hander exposed a lot of times. He doesn't have the skills set to play in the double pivot, just like you can say. Martin argued our midfield will get bullied if we are using Carney as backup. He offers nothing on defense. He's not a deep lying player. I've said that 1,000 times. In my opinion, Roger, not Riga. I was looking at some stats that Angelo has more game time than many CFC players like Gallagher. He's played quite a lot. That's why I had the confidence to argue that if he doesn't stay, I'll do a $50 giveaway. But let's see what happens. I think I might end up scrolling to the very bottom. But I'm just gonna try the best I can to say hello to a lot of people who just joined. And big up to you, Wally Waldo, my bro. I appreciate you joining. I don't think Mbappe will go to Saudi Arabia, to be honest. If it is just for 1 year, he might well do that. Just to find a way to say, you can say, to make PSG happy, because they get a fee. And then after a year, he goes to Real Madrid. But that's how I see it. Sorry?
A huge fee.
A huge fee, yeah. Ojara Walter says, I'm okay with Gallagher going. Let's use him to raise money to bring in a better energies wow. Who? Olise? Okay, yeah. Caicedo And besides Hall, can still play here. I hope he stays. He's a special player. My guy and Luka Slakovic, my guy, we should just assign Caicedo and Olise and we're done. Is that what you think, Luka? But Luka, I appreciate you joining. I think that's the first time I'm seeing in the chat here. Maybe you've been following the show. But big up to you. Enjoy yourself. Feel at home. Just keep it civil. That's all we'll ask of you. TZ, Sky9, bro. But I have mixed feelings about Gallagher leaving. I don't know why.
Exactly.
It's natural. I think there's a good player in him. I would have loved him to play on the Poch, but play on the flanks mainly. I think we get the best out of him. But the other day against Wrexham, he played centrally and was you can say calm than usual, more calm than usual, not in a hurry to make decisions. And I liked him there on the day. But unfortunately, it looks like he will end up moving on. We need a keeper that doesn't concede goals every game. Wow. And goals, do you think goals that teams concede are down to the goalkeeper? But that's your opinion. Big up to you too, DJ. So I hope you're doing well, brother, and everyone on the stream. So disappointed to hear Angelo is going on loan to Strasbourg. We should loan out Diego Morilla instead. Yep. I thought about that too.
Everyone
because
fell in
Morilla,
love.
he's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't differ that much to the wingers we have already.
No, both of them.
Yeah, but for me, what's his name? Both will eventually leave on loan, I think. But for Angelo, he's different. We don't have that player for a while now that will give you the ball, and as the ball is getting to you, he's read the situation, he's read the environment, whatever language you want to use, and can start planning the next move, and will be asking the ball back immediately from you. He's done it severally during the 2 games he's played for us. And he's created 2 excellent chances. He should have 2 assists right now. But Roger's cousin, Starling, flopped 1. and Cherwell finished 1 brilliantly. So honestly, I think he's special. He's very different. And I think we should keep him. But let's see what happens. What are your thoughts? I think before I read that, you heard my thoughts. Big up to you, the coolest shouts. Tabeho, my brother from the Madiba land. Always nice to see you, bro. Much love to you. We don't speak that much these days because you're very busy on Twitter fighting people or calling people out. You're doing a nice job. But I love you so much, brother, and I miss talking with you. I hope you're doing well. If you haven't, please click the 3 dots to Tobeho's name. Go subscribe to his channel. We started as friends, but we've become brothers. And believe me, you can trust him. Trust him. He's a nice person beyond being a content creator. That's why we've gone on to become brothers. Apparently, it was decided he will go in August after the preseason tour. I'm not too sure what to make of that. It sounds like absolute nonsense if you pay attention to the report in its entirety.
Who's he? You talking about Gallagher?
No,
Angelo.
Angelo.
Oh, Angelo, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sort of sense that he stays with us till August, and then he goes to Strasbourg and starts playing with them. Shouldn't he be on preseason tour with them and not us? So that part of the report doesn't make any sort of sense to me. Roger, what do you make of it before I go to Martin?
It sounds so illogical. It's nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
You know, I don't know what to say. How valid is this? I don't know. Why would you do that?
Except there's a reason behind that we do not know. But I'm just going to say it like Roger. It's nonsensical, really.
Other than medical reasons, which I don't believe this is the case. This, like perhaps if you're recovering from something and you want to work with the same medical team until it's finished, I understand that kind of aspect. Other than that, I cannot see any reason why a team would okay that. And a player for this, because you want to be familiar, you want to familiarize yourself with the players, the system, etc., etc. That sounds very dodgy.
Yeah, but
in so many ways. Go ahead, Martin.
The difference was that the comment was made earlier when he was signed. Back then, all of that.
No, but it's a new report carrying that too. Or are you saying they're referencing that comment?
They're referencing that comment. It came from Strasbourg CEO or something, one of the board members, and so that was telling at the time that they already had that in mind, already even before he kicked the ball. But But yeah, it's a different one. I don't know if this is part of a topic, so I could just keep my comments for later.
I don't have it
Or I
lined up
could go
anyway.
in. Okay, then let's jump in then. So this is an emotional one, and it's emotional to Chelsea fans because
But can we now say for certain he lives on loan,
I don't
or
think
which which is concluding based on that report?
no, I don't think anything is for certain at the moment. I think the club is looking at the options, but they're also looking at the expectations of the players. I think people are missing out on that side of things, that we are aiming to get back in the top four. We're aiming to win a cup, which of course would also mean playing against part of some of the big six. And we're aiming for outputs on goals and on assists and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
looking at Angelo's history in over 130 games, he's made only 10 assists. That isn't telling a lot. That isn't telling productivity. That isn't telling a lot of expectation, and it's quite experimental. Noni should be, comfortable on the right, but we're also not certain about Noni yet. So it's already an experiment. On the right, it's the Modrics and the Sterling. Are you also certain about the goals or the output from there? So in our attacking areas, there's a whole lot of question marks and expectations that we are not sure on how to set them and what to expect from these players. And Angelo coming in and being just a breath of fresh air, and everyone just falling in love so quick. This hurts. It hurts, but
Infatuation.
yeah, it hurts. And people were buying the stocks and ready to run it. The Harvard stance, the Mount stance. They've got a new guy to get invested in. But I think the key element to this is he's 18 years old, 1-8.
Wow.
So we've got his entire career to look up to. So people concerned about this should look at it in this way, that he's 18. He's gonna come good. He's gonna come good for us regardless. He's gonna be here. It's Sunday, the 8 year, prison sentence contract. He's not going anywhere. He is not. So you can still hold on
But
to your
if we're
stocks.
sending him to Strasbourg, we're sure he's going to be starting game week in week out.
Yes,
Yeah, because you can say it's our sister club, so
it
we'll have
is.
the assurance that he will be playing to continue developing.
Yes.
But go ahead.
Yes, it is. And the difference between him and Olise, I see so many people making the mistake. It's a different thing. The good thing about this, my Nigerian brother, is that he has output. He's got 11 assists last season.
I wish he decides to play for us.
That is a big deal.
Mm.
People underestimate what 11 assists mean in this age in the Premier League. This is a big deal. He takes all their corners, not some, all. He takes all their long free kicks and he puts them spot on. So he's a dead ball specialist on that front.
And
On the
honestly, given how Olise applies himself on the pitch, I think you can argue he's a winger that's a 10 in disguise because he's a good
yeah,
passer of the ball.
yeah, and Vieira tried him in that area and all of that, and he's come through. So I see so many people concerned about it. The mere fact that City, are following his situation should be a big telling already, that
Mhm.
they see what they see here. There are lots of players that are good on the ball. There are lots of players that are good on eye test and all of that, but their output don't back it up. He
Yeah,
has
you have to
11
compare
assists.
both. You can say, look at
Yeah,
both to decide whether a player is good enough.
exactly.
Yeah, and
Eleven.
the output is important, actually, the more important of the two.
So you're looking at him going to City, taking his 11 assists to 15 or 20 with Haaland and the rest. But the,
Yeah.
the good the good thing about it is he's assured on the ball, and he's one of them ones that that is could contribute to the team in so many ways, especially with kicks and all of that. So I see the vision already. Angelo is 18. He can go on loan, come back, and he will be 19 still. So if
Wow.
we're unable to move Sterling this season, we can suffer with Sterling one more year,
He's
and
not
if
going anywhere.
and he
This
comes to
can't suffer with Sterling. That got me.
You're
Oh
yeah,
my
teasing me.
goodness.
You're
yeah,
teasing me,
and
Martin.
if he doesn't come good this season, he could go next season and be replaced directly by our wonderful and loving Angelo still. So Angelo will be 19 next year. he isn't going anywhere. He's just 18, and from his output of 10 assists in 130 games, 130, that doesn't feed me with a whole lot of expectations. If you want to go for the top four, you want to
Sure.
challenge, you want to go to the big six and win them games, we can't put so much expectation on him. If Nunes gets injured or something, that means we expect him to start most of the games. We don't know that yet. He's good, he's loving, we like him, we want him to stay, but there's an expectation as Chelsea to meet up to the top four, to
Yeah.
get back to the Champions
Yeah,
League
we
and
don't have
win
the
it.
luxury to
We
exploit.
don't
Martin,
have
That's what I'm
that.
saying. So let's get Roger's thoughts. I was sorry. Were you still speaking, Martin?
No, I'm just saying, like, Olise coming into this team comes in with that expectation of matching his 11 assists and improving on that.
Yeah. Roger, give us your 2 cents before we go to DJ.
So actually, at first I got confused.
And just quickly, Roger, Coach, are the goalkeepers union gonna hold a ballot for new representatives anytime soon? Roger, he's not even part of the union, but he wants you out. But go ahead, Roger. Go ahead. Sorry, brother.
Feeling the love. Listen, when I heard the news about the Crystal Palace player Olise, I actually confused him initially with Eze. Yeah, seriously, I was like, because he came on strong at the end of last year, last season, if you remember.
You can say once the former England manager took over.
Yes, yeah, for sure. And I don't understand that.
What's his name?
The young coach,
Hudson?
right?
Hudson?
Roy Hodgson, the ripe old age, and I never saw that coming. Listen, I actually went to their website, Palace's website. I wanted to get some stats on them. Olise has 179 appearances. Eze has 165. 20 goals for Olise, 32 goals for Eze. 42 assists for Olise, 24 assists for Eze.
Wow. But Roger, you're giving a lot away. We're talking about Angelo right now, and we still have
I thought we were talking about Olise. I thought we were talking about Olise.
No, he just had to. He referenced Olise as the reason why he thinks. I don't think if that's the case, Angelo, we're moving Angelo on because Olise has more. His output is better. So we'll still get to Olise. Please,
I apologize.
Save that delicious stat. I'm sure you have it in a spreadsheet.
Not yet, Albin.
But go ahead, brother. So
Angelo,
why should Angelo leave on loan?
No, I totally agree with my learned colleague. No, seriously, he's the ripe old age of 18. His career's over. Of course, he's so young. He needs to go out and loan in all likelihood. When you're that young and you're not going to get enough playing time, it's best for a young player to develop. It's that simple, where they play constantly, or at least far more than just being a bench warmer. Other than having familiarity with the coaching staff and the formations and what is expected. Other than that aspect, a player will mature more, especially their football IQ, when they're playing more. And I think, even though I don't want Angelo to go, it's a good problem to have, gentlemen. We have accumulated an abundance of youth.
On purpose.
Yeah, well, yes.
By design, if you prefer.
Sure, the 2030 project, right? However you want to term it. We have a bunch of fetuses, embryos. They're very young. Right now, our team, based on 32 players, is 23.66 years old. That's awfully young. That's with still, you have the people like Ziyech, who else is there? You've got Lukaku, 30, also, and then obviously you have Silva, who's 38, nearly 39. So, once we depart those players, listen, I think it's best if he goes out on loan, even though I don't want him to, selfishly. But let's be realistic. Unless there's a bunch of injuries all of a sudden, I don't. I know why you said that, Coach, because I want him to stay also. But when you look at the big picture, I think realistically.
Exactly.
Unless all of a sudden he really impresses the coaching staff where they say, you know what, we cannot afford to put him out on loan. He's going to have to really turn up the temperature in
Yep.
his play. And that can happen, don't get me wrong.
And until he leaves on loan, nothing is certain now. So I
No.
agree with you.
No, not at all. And nothing is written in stone, especially in today's
And they could all still
world.
stay.
Yeah, it's, listen, 32 players, we're going to probably get down to 25, 26 without any additions.
And
Mhm.
the manager has to recall.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
I saw an interview with one of his assistant coaches that's no longer with him, and he said he prefers a squad between 22 and 25, no more than 25 usually. That's what he prefers. And yeah, I can't see him having any more than 25, 26. But
Yeah.
these are very youthful, and it's a good problem, coach. I'm looking at my spreadsheet, and it doesn't look real. The amount of 18 to 22, 23-year-olds, it's incredible. Question is, who stays?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting. I think there's going to be some surprises. I really are. I really do. I hope one player I don't want to go out on loan is Carney. I want to see him.
Yep.
But I fear that he may.
We'll talk about the possible loan departures. I think we should do that. Let's see.
Yeah, we need a show on that, coach.
Yeah, I think we should. Why not send Omari Hutchinson to Strasbourg instead of Ipswich? Here's the thing. Strasbourg would want a player before you send that player to them. You can't just you can't just send a player there because they are, because they are our sister club. No, the manager would want a player. They say, we want that player, and this circuit, that player is available. If that makes sense, you can't just send the player to them. Just quickly, we cannot afford Mbappe. Please stop dreaming. We can. We cannot. It's simple. Even if we can, would Mbappe want to come to Chelsea? I'd say no. I heard a Celtic have signed Young on a 5 years on a 5-year contract. Okay. Barcelona are broke. Yeah, we'll have to sell every player to even buy Mbappe his shoes. Wow. Saying that's mean. Ouch. How well the European players are going to party in Saudi Arabia? They love to party, and you know what I mean. Maybe you travel. You can say some players will be reluctant because of their lifestyle. We'll be reluctant to go there. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Coach, people party there. It's just done on the down low. It really is.
You just have to keep it in. You don't have to disturb others with your party.
Yes.
Something to that. Because I lived in northern Nigeria, similar where they have Sharia law, and I know how it works.
Yeah, exactly.
If you know what I'm saying. Public, that's when you get into trouble.
Yeah, you don't flaunt it.
Yep, you don't flaunt it. Yep. Goalkeepers Union is well staffed. We have enough talent in that organization to punch back any shots. Okay, so maybe. Oh, I get it. I think, JC is actually the spokesperson, or maybe the PR person for the Goalkeepers Union. I get it. Let's see what else we have here. I totally forgot. I would swap Gallagher for Olise if he wants to go to Palace. Wow. That's a good idea, really.
Actually, I can, Gallagher really loved his stay at Palace, his loan. He really did. He enjoyed it.
He was excellent.
Yes. You know what? But how much would we get him for? I don't think they can afford 40+ million.
Exactly.
I don't think so either.
We can make
let's get DJ's thoughts. He's on vacation before the wife starts calling him so that they go to the beach. If he misses that, he's in serious trouble.
Hola, DJ.
Hola. Come você?
DJ, much love to you. I appreciate you finding the time to join, even though you're on vacation.
Big up.
So you go ahead. You were the one that you could say introduced the Angela topic today. So you have the floor. What do you make of it? You did, again, from your comment that I read, you're not happy.
No,
that
listen,
is, but one thing, let me console you a bit. Nothing is certain at this point. He's still with us until he leaves on loan. I'd say that's the chance he stays. But you go ahead.
Big up, Kachilla. Big up to the guys.
Big up to you too, brother. Much love to you.
Now, listen,
Hello,
I've only come to defend my situation of what I said is because look, I've seen Angelo the last two games, and I've seen this kid actually play at Santos. I've only said about him staying because I'd just like to see for once a player, rather than sending him out on loan, for once to develop at Chelsea rather than some other team enjoying him. And I know you guys have got your things about other players coming in. I'm not for saying no other player can come in. Bring whatever player we can bring in. But all I'm basically saying is keep this kid on board, because I think out of all the players that we've actually brought out, the ones that we're sending out on loan, you guys have got to remember, Angelo's actually played more in the first team for Santos than any of those other players have got. He's played more games than Moreira has for Benfica in the first team. So he's literally played over 50 games, I do believe, for Santos in the first team. The kid's got a little bit more experience. So he's playing in a man's game at 18 years old.
Wow.
And he started at a very young age. So my thoughts are, for what I've seen of him so far, for what I've seen from Santos, I think he could really, really do well. Now, let's be honest here, guys. About 5 years ago under Jose, or maybe it'd be longer than that, when Jose Mourinho was first our manager, we all linked with this kid called Neymar. Do you know if you guys remember a kid called Neymar? And everybody
Never
wanted
heard of
Neymar.
him.
Yeah, why did we want and why did we want that? Think, guys, why did we want Neymar? Big up. I know you guys are missing, but big up to what I'm saying. Big up to you guys. Yeah. But what I'm saying to you is, when everyone wanted Neymar, how old was Neymar when he first came on board? Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't he 18 years old, 17 years old?
Yeah.
Every club was chasing him. So he, in the end, came from Santos. He ended up going to Barcelona, right? Okay, so all I'm saying is, for once, let's try and enjoy a kid who I think has done pretty well in pre-season so far. Yeah. Okay, and I think letting him go forward at Chelsea, let us develop.
Hello?
I think we lost him. It's Caicedo and Olise Class ready to sign them. It's looking. Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
But I was just going to say, it was obviously made up that anyway, despite the situation with him, he was always going to go to Strasbourg either way. So whatever the situation was, whether we were going to keep him, and maybe Chelsea have given their word to Strasbourg that yes, once he finishes his pre-season tour, he's going to go off and play for Strasbourg for the rest of the season after that. I just think if there's an opportunity now for me, if you want to loan a player at this moment in time, I'd loan at Diego Moreira to Strasbourg possibly, and maybe keep this kid around. That's all I'm basically saying. I get your guys' views and opinions on what you're saying. He's young, he's got so many this and that, he's got a long way. I get all that. But I just like to just see, maybe just give this kid an opportunity and see what he can do. I don't think he'll disappoint, because so far from what I've seen of him, what I've seen from at Santos, and from what I've seen from for Chelsea in his shirt when he started, he's not been disappointed. He's not been crap at all, to be honest.
Wow,
with me. Everyone's
DJ isn't happy at all.
So that's all I'm basically saying to you guys. Everyone's entitled to your opinions, and I'm not giving a go to any of you guys. You guys are entitled to what you guys have to say. But all this thing about saying, oh, you know, I heard you guys saying, oh yeah, it's all Slav and this and that. Listen, I'm one of those who watch play. I watch plays. I follow plays a lot in terms of their development and what they do. You guys know I've been around for a long time, Kachilla. You know I've been around in terms of my plays, how I watch my players, and I just think this kid is something special. That's all I'm basically saying. And you know, hopefully, if he was to go to Strasbourg, which I think is going to happen anyway, it's going to happen. But I just have liked to think that we'd have maybe tried to keep this kid around and see what he can do. But you know, I'll still go for Olise and Kudus. Believe me, I'd go for those two players as well. Okay, but I just think Noni needs a bit of competition on that right hand side, personally, and I think he's done pretty well since he started the last two games for us. That's all I'm basically saying, guys. Nothing more. But as I said, you guys are entitled to your opinions.
DJ, what do you know? You're only 18 years of age. You're young.
According to that.
Question for DJ.
Yeah.
And what's your expectation of him then? How many goals, how many assists do you expect from him to make the top four?
I personally think, from what I've seen of him, I know he's done about. I think he's done about 10 assists for Santos. I think he can do that at Chelsea. I think
that's in 4 years.
But then what I'm trying to say to you, in terms of he's been around that first team at a young age. He's been playing in a man's team, and okay, you call it the Brazilian league all you like, but he still played in a man's team, you know, for such a short period of time. How old is he? Only 18 years old? So imagine when did he come on the scene? He came on the scene at what, 16, 17? He's been playing in that team, at Santos.
Yeah.
So more or less Neymar-esque, if you like, he's been around in terms of that long being around and playing. All I'm basically trying to say is, if you can do that at Chelsea, I don't see why we can't do it. I think for me personally, if he starts, I don't think he's going to start over Noni at the moment. But if he does come in, I'm probably expecting near enough for his first season at Chelsea, near enough 10, 11, 12 assists at least in his first season at Chelsea. Because I think he's more than capable of doing that, for me personally.
All right, DJ, thank you so much for that. Coach, as fan base, what are we going to do with all the Gallagher memes we've created? Go cook with it. Cook with it. I didn't ask you to create them. You see? That's why I don't like you. You don't ask me. You do whatever you want to do with it, bro. Much love, though, but good question. People think Madrid is ready and have a guaranteed spot at right wing. Beyond me, that he did. What did he do to again? Nobody. You just saying people think. Do I think he has a place? I think he has a place in the team, but I don't think he starts every game. I think the manager will rotate. Let's see what else we have here. Santiago Muno. I don't rate Chodueke. Wow, that's a remix there. Two names. That's him saying that the Madrid will end up as Nick said, becoming another Cho. Nobody wants to Sterling. Would you pay him how much he's earning at Chelsea? Would the pay rise? Would you be if you're being truthful, you tell me that. I'm gonna bring in Eddie quickly. We don't have too much time. Eddie, just give me a minute. I'll continue in a bit. I know it's your turn to speak. Adegula is ready, but not Angelo. The other thing is, what do you think about Matson? I think he's good enough, but I think the manager is experimenting. He's trying to see how he does again in an offensive position, not again in a defensive role. And I think he's shown that he has an eye for goals. And again, let's see how he does. If Sterling leaves, we can use Matson at as left wing, but Sterling isn't leaving. If Sterling drops another stinker in next month or two, we should sell him. Selling him isn't easy. Yeah. And I think if it was that easy, I think by now we'll be considering selling him, or you'd see clubs coming for him. But no club wants him so far. Divine, always nice to see you, brother. Poch is cooking fried rice with chicken wings. Yummy. Yep, it's delicious so far. It smells delicious. Hopefully, by the time we've tasted, or by the time the league starts, we'll say, yeah, it's really good. It wasn't just the smell. But much love to see you, bro. And let me say it for you. Yeah. Always nice to see you, brother. Much love. And John Paul or John Bassel says we should build with our young players and add lethal experience to them. It makes sense. Experience will go a long way. Coachella, the Strasbourg statement coming out now on Angela. To me, it looks like that he is worried the CFC may have a change of heart. That's another way to see it. Maybe the Strasbourg president or whatever his role is there at Strasbourg, just want to put it out there. Remember, we have an agreement. Maybe he's seen how well he's done. And yeah, this kid will not come back.
They're licking their lips still.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason. It just doesn't make sense that we want to send him to Strasbourg and still have him train with us. Why not start with his teammates to be at Strasbourg? So that's why I'm still saying that as absolute horse doo-doo. But that's just me. I'm going to bring in AD, but let me say hello to a few people here. Why not send Omari Hutchinson to Strasbourg instead of Ipswich? I think I've answered that question. Does the manager, what's his name, Vieira want him? Does the hierarchy there at Strasbourg, do they want him? That's the question you'd have to answer. You can't just send him there because they are a sister channel. It's not a storage, it's not a player storage system that you just, okay, we want this one there. You just go drop them there. And finally, Everton are in talks to sign Torre from Albania or Dembele from France. Okay, thank you so much for that update. That's responses for DJ there. So I'm going to go to Eddie Love for Blue. And before you start speaking, Eddie, I'm going to say thank you again for all the updates you've been sending to me. I appreciate that. I've said it 1,000 times, but I shouldn't stop because you haven't stopped. They do go a long way for me, and I'm sure you're watching all the YouTube shots that I'm releasing, most of them from the updates you send me. So I appreciate that. But Eddie, your thoughts we're fighting over debate, or you can say discussing Angelo Gabriel. Rumors are that he lives on loan, but I'd argue it's not certain yet because I'm sure He's part of the preseason tour because the manager wants to take a good look at him. And if it's good enough, so to speak, he keeps him. I've run out of coffee now. I'm stuttering a bit. But go ahead, Eddie.
Thanks a lot, Coach. Big up to everyone there.
More thanks
big
to
up,
you,
big
brother.
up, Eddie. Big up.
Big up. You see, the one with Angelo is that I think there was disagreement before he joined Chelsea that he was going to Strasbourg. That's from the information we have. And looking at him now, he's done very, very well. But I see the angle that DJ is coming from about why are we letting him go back and why did he come? Just as you said, why did he come back to train with us if actually he was meant to go to Strasbourg in the first place? We should remember that they knew the number of players that will be leaving the squad, and they know the pace at which they're going to bring in players, and obviously they will need players to train and play this friendly game, the preseason games and all. And now that he's been playing with the team, we can see how good he is. But we should not forget again that he's still only a young lad. He's only 18. And considering the bad season we've just had, we have unforgiving fans, even Chelsea fans, opposition fans. If this guy comes in and then he's not able to handle the pressure, even though he's been playing with Santos, which is actually a massive team as well, he's been playing in the first team. It's quite different from bringing him down to England, and then if he has any bad game, they're on his back straight away. And then the confidence might just erode completely, But if he's integrated gradually, and if you notice, most of these South Americans, they prefer going to either like Spain and other countries, maybe because of the language and other things, to integrate first.
And
they don't. Sorry.
And weather.
And weather, exactly. And weather. So we might just everything together. Just things about him. Bringing him into the squad. But if we end up not signing someone else on that side, there's no problem him staying because he's a good player. But if we can sign someone else and then he goes on loan and comes back to Chelsea, it'll be good for us. But we should not forget the fact again, as I said, he's only 18, and we need to give him time to develop. And we have too many young players. So for him to come in, we don't know what is going to happen. And if he has a bad game, maybe run of games, we know exactly what is going to happen straight away. We just say, oh, why did we keep the kid? Why didn't we sign more experienced player? Even our fans will go mad about it. And all, we can only say preseason. Preseason, we can't really know exactly how it pans out when it comes to the real deal. When it comes to match situation in the big pressure and all. But the likes of Olise, Rayan, Cherki, they've all played with Lyon and Crystal Palace, and they have the experience of playing in England already. I'm talking about Olise now, having the experience of playing in the Premiership already. So they might look at it and say, but I'm confused. The way Chelsea is signing, I don't understand it, to be honest. They tend to want to sign more of these forward players, attackers and all. This time, the focus seems to be more on that part of the pitch, which, it's a good thing if it works out well. But we should not forget, again, the midfield is crucial. In terms of, the DMs and all the other areas, quite essential, like the Caicedo and thing. We have to get all those ones over the line to help the team. So for me, if he goes back to Strasbourg to develop, he's still our player at the end of the day. If he comes back good, then all good for us.
Again, like you explained, it depends on what happened. And quickly, Eddie, while I'm still with you, before I go to Bobby quickly, you sent me a report saying that Mauricio Pochettino admires Conor Gallagher, but he also accepts Chelsea's decision. That shows that he wasn't the one that concluded Gallagher is surplus to requirement. It was the club.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means. That is the club's decision, because he has 2 years left and they've not opened negotiation new contract. I think the signals are there that it's pointing to the fact that Gallagher will leave. To be honest, I think part of the decisions have been made about him leaving. I don't think it's based on what Pochettino thinks or what he doesn't think. I think they're going different direction from Gallagher. I think so. I don't know. Maybe they're going to use him in part of the. I don't know where exactly it's going to end. But if it's to Crystal Palace, just as people have alluded, if we put him in the deal for Olise, that wouldn't be bad for us, to be honest. But I think this decision has been made and is open. Gallagher is not, objecting to leaving. I think he wants to go and play regularly, and I think he sees his future away from Chelsea. That's my opinion. So I think he might be leaving.
Okay, let's go to Bobby. Thank you so much, Eddie. I appreciate you finding the time to join. you are our chief, or you could say, researcher, because the updates you've been sending us, it makes the whole process easier for me, and I appreciate that. Bobby, if you're there, you have the floor. What do you make of the rumors that Angelo Gabriel will be leaving on loan? And yeah, you go ahead, go from there. Then you can talk about the Gallagher situation that we just read. I just read out now. Go ahead, Bobby, if you're there. Have I even added you to the panel? Probably trying to unmute himself, because usually when you're on a smaller device, it's difficult. Poch has ensured in 3 weeks that if Lampard had any chance to get any job again in the Premier League, it's over. Okay, Lampard did nothing here in the 2 months, just toying with us. Wow. Chelsea cannot rely on Mudryk installing. I'm sorry, a player stands, but I value Chelsea. Okay, good for you. Olise had got best expected goal assist in top league. That's what that GA stands for, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I'm losing it a bit this morning. Among his age, yep, he's such a talent. To me, he's well equipped to actually play the 10 role. That's fulfill the 10 role. That's just me. Emmanuel Eric, well, Chelsea. Okay, it's hard to make sense of that one there. Wylon Angelo, with this quality, it's more difficult to bring in a player
Can you hear
back
me?
on loan. We weren't hearing you. I just heard you say, "Can you hear me now?" But you go
Oh,
ahead.
God.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby.
Sorry, I completely lost.
It looks like you were going. You were just
saying.
ranting. No, I didn't say ranting. You were going, thinking you didn't know you were muted.
No, I was saying, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I don't need. What was the question to me? I can't even remember now.
The Angelo Gabriel, the rumors that we'll send him, we intend to send him out on loan, and then you can talk about Gallagher being a surplus to requirement, leaving, and we're learning that it wasn't Pochettino's choice; it was the club's hierarchy. So both. You can start from
Here we
Angelo
go.
if you want to, but that's up to you.
Yeah, here we go. Chelsea fans looking for scandal as usual. The next thing they'll turn to blows like Arsenal fans in America, disgracing themselves. Look, I think Pochettino made it very clear that any such determinations will be done after pre-season, where he's had the opportunity to look at the players. Now, he's only seen the players in 2 games. I have to confess, I was a little bit concerned for Gallagher. You know how much I like Gallagher. After his performance against Brighton, I don't think technically he showed himself to be good enough. But Gallagher balances out his usefulness to the team in other ways with his endeavour and his final third play and finishing. I mean, I'm not in their heads. I don't think Pochettino has decided his team yet. I mean, who is going on loan, who he's going to say surplus to requirements, because I saw that on Twitter. This is a lot
Okay,
of
you send the report. Okay.
This is a lot of fan-based assumptions, in my opinion. Now, if the club have decided to sell him, that's a little bit of a curious decision, because he looks very settled in the camp at the moment, in the preseason camp. So I don't know about that, to be honest. I'm taking that with some very, very precautionary attitude. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'll have to see it to believe it, honestly. I know lots of fans wish it, particularly Gallagher. We have a section of fans that want him out and have always wanted him out, and will push or carry any such rumor and exaggerate it and continue peddling it till such a time as it happens or it doesn't happen and somebody actually hits the nail on the head to stop it. But they'll continue. I've learned that's how they are. Like you have with Levi Colwell. His mouth and Brighton is never far away from some people's mouths and so on. Whereas he is 150% clear he's never going to be part of any Caicedo deal, and he's not leaving the club, certainly not this season, this coming season. But, you know, some people refuse to accept that. So I mean, Angelo going to Strasbourg is possible. I heard someone say on the panel that, he's young, he's only 18 years old, and, coming from Brazil, they tend to kind of want to ease them in. The pace of the Premier League is brutal, is unforgiving. And one thing is that he won't have consistent game time because of his age and the fact that he's settling in. So they might send him somewhere for a year since he's only 18, let him stretch his legs, get a feel for the pace of European football, because there is a different pace, albeit no pace is as fast as the Premier League, and then bring him in next summer into the first team squad. It's possible, but from his showing, I'm not convinced Pochettino might want to do that. He might say, well, he can stay in the squad and get game time, albeit coming off the bench and so on. I don't know how he wants to play it, but to say that, oh, they've decided now to send him to Strasbourg, I have my doubts. I have huge, huge, huge doubts about that. Just as someone said on the panel, if that's the case, why is he in the pre-season camp?
Mhm.
Okay, maybe he's there because Pochettino wants to be familiar with him before sending him out on loan, so he can gauge what he'll have come back. Okay, it's possible, but I doubt it. Very, very much I doubt it. As I doubt this story about Gallagher. I have a feeling Poch likes Gallagher. I really do. And I don't think the ownership would like to antagonize him unless somebody has already come in with a big bid. If somebody has already dropped like 45, 50 million on the table, then that's another discussion. But we haven't heard that. It's
Yeah,
all
but Bobby,
wishful
do you
thinking.
do you think Gallagher still wants to go though? He's always
I
stated
know.
that's what I don't
No,
get.
Gallagher
He's
has
never
never wanted to go.
he's
He's
never
never wanted to
intimated
go.
otherwise, right?
Never,
Mhm.
never. And
Yeah.
if such a thing
But if
happened,
you're told your
we
surplus requirement, that changes.
that's it. He would be forced out. But
Yeah,
who
that's
at this point in
exactly
pre-season
what
is going to
somebody's saying
call a
in the
player
chat. And
in?
rumors are that
Yeah.
he's been told that he's surplus to requirement. And the other
Yeah,
report
that
I read to you is that Poch really likes him, but he understands the club's decision. So you're right, Poch wants him, but for some reason he agrees with the club, because if he really wants him, if he persists and says no, I want this player, he's not going anywhere. That's how I
Yeah.
see it. But I'll let you drop, Bobby.
Coach, I have my doubts. Unless we have, the only time I can see maybe that happening would be if both someone like Kudus and or
Cherki.
Olise or what's that guy?
Cherki.
Cherki.
Cherki are coming in, then maybe they may decide to go down that route.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence of any of this. And I still put it in the bracket of wishful thinking by some fans. This is the summer transfer window. People do things. There's a lot of manipulation, trickery, misinformation being put out there.
Mm.
Misinformation is a tactic for player sales and purchases. It always has been. People that
Exactly.
think that the journalists and or people with large Twitter accounts and so on do not push stories out there, and quite often they get picked up. You're not in the real world. It's like the price for Declan Rice. It was, I will be as bold as to say, it was partly set by the journalists. They pushed it onto
Yeah.
the club. Oh, it's 100 million, 100 million, 100 million. And then the club thought, oh, okay, maybe we can get 100 million for this guy. It's like
Mhm.
they're trying with Caicedo, 100
Yeah.
million, 100 million. I personally think that Brighton would settle for 80. They may have even settled for 70. But
Yeah.
the media have created this storm that they've thought, oh, okay, maybe
Yeah.
we can get 100 million. So Gallagher is no different. They've been trying to get Gallagher out of Chelsea since he came back to Chelsea, even since he was on loan at Crystal Palace, for
Mm.
whatever reason. There are West Ham journalists out there trying to push him to the club. Newcastle don't have strong journalists, but there are those that will
They've
do,
tried.
Chelsea detractors that will push to just get him out of Chelsea. So let's wait and see, as with everything else. I don't believe the story. I really don't. If it
Yeah,
happens,
sorry,
okay.
sorry,
Yeah, I
Bobby.
think we cannot
Sorry,
say nothing
sorry,
is
Bobby.
certain, but let's see what happens. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Bobby.
Go ahead,
What
Eddie.
about we look at it from on the basis that he's down to 2 years on his contract, and the model now is that they don't want players to run down their contract. And the basis of
No,
this
but
rumor is that they've not started any negotiations with him. So if they want to keep him, or they like to keep him, they would have opened up communication with him to say, we want to extend your contract. So could that not be a basis?
That's a
rumor,
sensible argument right there.
it is an argument, but rumor being the operative word.
Hmm.
There's no player with 2 years on their contract that's really going to have any contract extension discussions until after the transfer
It's a
window.
window.
Is
Yeah.
it 2 or 2 plus 1?
Because yeah,
It's
I mean
two. Just two.
we're not even negotiating with any level of determination other players outside of Caicedo deal, not to mention players that we have with 2 years left on contract. So
They're on the
yet
back
again,
burner. Yeah.
exactly. Yet again, I have my doubts. I don't think there's any panic. And I think if they offer him a new contract, and I think they want to revise the contract for Levi Colwell, you start hearing about that from about September, October time.
Yeah. After
In
the
my
window
opinion.
closed.
See,
Exactly.
Coach, that's a tap-in right there, Coach. You see,
There you go.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, Martin is learning.
Daniel from
but
the West.
there will be these stories.
The
There's
beautiful
a guy
game
on
take notes. Sorry,
Twitter.
Bobby. Go ahead, brother.
There will be these stories. There's a guy on Twitter. I'm surprised he hasn't blocked me yet, because I keep going to him. Stop trolling. You're trolling. You're clickbaiting, which is all he's doing.
yeah.
This particular guy, he loves a negative story about Chelsea, and he puts it out there.
Each to
And
their
I've
own,
been
Bobby.
targeting him for a while because I just want him to know how I feel about what he's doing. I'll leave him alone after a while because he's not really worth my time. But I just like some of them to know that we aren't all falling for this nonsense. You're a troller. You're a joke. And that's what's happening at the moment.
Yeah.
There's too many
And
of them,
before I
Bobby, there's
catch
too many
up,
of them.
and before I catch up with what we have in the chat, it's quickly to say I think it's a sensible thing to do, to not believe everything again, but at least analyze and come to a sensible conclusion. But at the same time, wait until it happens. Then I think you'll be safer that way. That's a small opinion. How many players are Chelsea?
Please, one last thing. Mauricio Pochettino has invested a lot of time, tactics, training, and drilling, and bonding into his preseason camp. And he's done that in collusion with the owners. Do you think he will waste all that time bringing a player? He's left the players that the owners want to buy at Stamford Bridge. Do you think he would have brought Gallagher to the camp, invested so much time only to sell him permanently? It just doesn't quite add up to me.
In so many ways, you could say that, but he could look at the player and say, okay, I don't think this will work. I think we need a much better player, or a player of a different profile.
He could, but what, after 2 games? Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
where he actually,
it's possible.
Maybe
if he's known him.
Listen,
that doesn't mean. Yeah, go ahead.
If he hasn't done that with Raheem Sterling, who's been the worst player at pre-season, I don't see why he'll do that with Gallagher.
Yeah, Gallagher's excelled.
You don't talk about Roger's cousin like that, but that's a good point, though. You wouldn't invest so much time in drilling a player and then turn around and say he's surplus to the requirement. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 149 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300 as soon as possible. Anybody on the panel has an answer to this question? How many players are Chelsea allowed to loan to Strasbourg? I don't know. Does anybody have that answer? Should I move
7.
on? 7 to Strasbourg.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. And this is Abera Tabella. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Big up, my bro. My Ghanaian brother, Fairboy, always nice to see you. Big up, Coach. Long time. Yeah, it's been a while. I know bills don't pay themselves. We're all busy. Yes, Palace fans love him too. And he did well there. Big up, guys. Love the chat in panel. Love you too, brother. We're good that you're getting better and better by the day. Ziyech is the Kudus in the Kudus deal. I didn't hear that. Or are you suggesting we try that? JC is the Sablata of the Goalkeepers Union, punching when you should be catching. Wow. Thank you for that. I think he should be the Sablata. But Roger is the chairman, so I don't think JC should be the whatever you call it there. Should we loan Gallagher one last time just in case? Or it turns out to be another Kevin De Bruyne.
Not even.
I have a cough.
Wow.
Right now. But you never know. The possibility is there, but I'm not sure. It's up to the club to decide. I saw Madueke playing with PSG before getting injured, just like Olise played last season with Palace. Okay, good job there. Let's see. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Quite a lot to get. And if I've read your messages before, I'm going to skip it. Just quickly, let me catch up here. What do I... and I haven't said hello to Chelsea all the way. I hope you're doing well. Joshua Abashi, nice to see you. Should start as Chelsea for Chelsea in the right wing position. But let's see. First, I would hope that Poch gives a start to Angelo in preseason. I think he will. I think didn't he start against Wrexham? I don't remember. With these camera angles, Coach, I am starting to think you got interesting side projects going on. Well, I'm a programmer. If that makes you happy, but beyond that, I still use all the screens. On the right hand side, I see how many people in the chat at the same time. I can comment. I can also see how many likes we have, the accurate number, because that's the back end. See how many views we have already here. This side, I have one window for updates, one window for the screen I'm sharing, and then this one for the camera. So I'm using all 5 screens. One is just if I want to type something to spell check and everything. So 5 screens in total. So yeah, but they all make the whole thing seamless, if that makes sense. But I'm glad you like it. Let's see. Plus, it's great looking at the back of your head. Okay, enjoy it. Big up Kachila. We need a better squad next season, and we're working on that, standing on them. But I don't know if you've seen it, but we're working on it. I just need a Chelsea to sign Cherki and Caicedo, and the league is coming out to Chelsea. Wow. Yeah, and it's pronounced Cherki. For the panelists that have been saying Cherki. Okay. Let's say Olise fits Chelsea and Premier League than Cherki. Don't you think so, Coach? Yeah. I would say again, if we're to buy both, again, if we're considering buying both, and if you ask me which should we go for, but I think they're both different. Cherki plays centrally. Olise is more of a winger, but I get it. He's equipped to actually fulfill the 10 role, but it's more, I think, from what I've seen so far, he's been effective or playing on the flanks. I'd say go for Olise but first of all, to be clear, they're 2 different type of players. But Olise, why? Because the fact that he's played in the Premier League will be a lesser risk. Will bear, you can say, lesser risk. That's just my opinion. DJ is on point. DJ, much love to you in the chat. A lot of people loving you. A goalkeeper must be top of our priority this summer. But the rest assured, we're signing a goalkeeper since Mendy has left us. We may be buying Olise to send him to Strasbourg instead of Angelo because Vieira is there. I don't know. Coach, what is the situation with Angelo? UK work permit? We haven't actually talked about that. I don't know. That there's a chance that may well be an issue. I don't know. I read he's unlikely to qualify for a work permit at this time, hence the loan deal. So this is a delicious comment. That may well be the case. We don't know. Yeah. That may well be the case, honestly. But maybe it's not. But thank you for that, Frederick Sango. I appreciate that comment right there. Kachila, I have noticed that since your panel started really waffling rubbish reasons for sending out Angelo, you have lost 50 likes to the stream. You must have followed the trend. Wow, some comment right there. But by the way, people, thank you for 152 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300 as soon as possible. Big up to you too, my bro, Mika. Always nice to see you. Nice recom of the blue. I appreciate that. Of the blue mobile. Big up panel and chat. We need a CB and CDM, but being linked with Mbappe and Olise, silly season. But the Olise one, I think, is serious. But let's see what happens. Coach, Olise, when we have Madueke, yeah, we don't need just Madueke. And Ziyech most definitely will leave. We've lost, what's his name? Pulisic. So there's space. We need competition. We need depth also. Let's not get too excited on youngsters playing friendly games. We still need to fortify our midfield, and we'll still haven't done enough. Collington, nice to see you. Chimera, nice to see you once more. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Let's switch topics, and I'm going to scroll. Because of that, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. And apologies if I haven't you can say read your comment. Bobby, clearly the Arsenal fans were fighting because one of them said Havertz's best position was at number 10. This did not go down well. It's that's not a lie. It was recorded. We saw you haven't you seen the video of them fighting?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, did you? Yeah,
On the stands, yeah, serious
hilarious.
fight. They were punching each other, tearing
Seriously.
their clothes to pieces. I did see that.
I'll
I
send
was
it to you.
shocked.
I'll
Really.
send it to you, Roger.
Yes.
I'll send it to you by DM.
Thank you, sir.
It's so hilarious. Some guy in the comments, some guy said comments on the thing said it's like having Mike Tyson back in the ring again. The way they were punching each other. It was hilarious, bro.
Wow.
It was, I know it's funny, but they were hurting each other. It was serious, really. Please let Gallagher go on loan. Abashe, it's not up to me. I wish it was. Good morning, Oladipo Mesola. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoyed the game too. Yeah, we've read that one. What else do we have here? This is
Coach,
yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to name drop or anything like that. So, but I've just got someone telling me that the loan to Strasbourg for Angelo was always in the plan.
Yeah.
He was to come and be integrated into the team. Pochettino was to see him so he gets a feel of where he's going, his pathway, and then he'll spend a season with Strasbourg and come back. This is what I'm hearing.
Okay, I know. Let me ask you this, Bobby. I think Martin has said that before.
Oh,
Let me
yeah,
ask you this, Bobby.
okay. But
Does
the
it make
person I'm
sense?
hearing this from,
Yeah, but it
is
makes.
really
I'm glad
in
you
the
brought that
know.
up. I want to get your opinion. Does it make sense that he's on preseason with us and not with the team with his again to be teammates maybe?
Well,
That's where I have an issue with that.
What I'm told is that because his objective is Chelsea, and because that was part of what was agreed with Poch, that's why he's there. This I have no idea. I'm just being told by somebody who's very much in the know with the kind of youth system and this and that. So
Okay, so you believe the person?
Yeah.
I would believe this person before I believe anything I read on Twitter. Yes.
Bobby, is this person, does he work for or he or she work for the organization?
I know why I'm laughing. The question has turned into the person. That person is this person.
The sauce.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I hate having to
Going
I'm
back
sorry,
to
Bobby.
me-
I'm not laughing at
people.
you. Just the tongue we're using. But go ahead.
I hate having to refer to nameless people. It's like
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that it's rare I get this sort of comment like, "Oh, Bobby, you've said this, but I know this." However, that can all change because that was at the beginning before he actually joined the club. So I don't know, but this is what I'm told. So if he does go to Strasbourg, it shouldn't be a surprise. Certainly not to me. But
Okay.
we wait and see. Poch might say, "Listen, this guy's too good. He's going to stay." But the plan was for him to come, train with Chelsea. Yeah. Initially, train with Chelsea, then go. Initially, but who knows?
Yeah.
And I think they sense it's changing. That's why the reports are coming out like this.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to be switching to the next topic. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. It said if I see anybody, Sterling is also surplus to requirement. Moving on. If it was easy, I think it'd be gone by now. I'm going to try to say hello to those that I haven't said hello to. And JC, by the way, I don't think you hurt anybody's feelings. Footballers are now chasing a generational wealth. There's no more player loyalty. Wow, you only play football for fun in primary school. Once you become a professional, it's about money.
It's a job.
Yeah, it's a job. Yeah, so I get your concern, but let's see what else we have here. Gilmore is a big example. It will be hard for Angelo to be part of the team next season if he goes out on loan. You could argue that, but let's see. Gavi and Pedri are still playing for Barcelona. Angelo and Santos should stay. But like you heard, that has always been part of the plan. Bobby YouTube has been recommending a lot of football videos, and all Tottenham videos refer to one thing only: Gallagher. Their fan base is going nuts about why Levy hasn't made a bid yet. Okay, they should take him if they want him. Torsten says no manager's job is guaranteed. Why loan out one of your best players? Why loan Angelo when we cannot rely on Sterling's performance and Nani's selfishness? Angelo
If
is
Levi
very
wants
creative
Gallagher,
and decisive. Sorry?
If Levi wants Gallagher, the price goes up to 75 million.
Yeah.
Plus VAT.
But,
Daniel
maybe
Levy, right?
even 80, 75. If he's not careful, 100 million.
Yeah, sod him.
Yeah.
Okay. DJ here reminding us the Saudi clubs have returned for Romelu Lukaku with a 2-year contract worth 100 million euros in total, which he has once again rejected. The Chelsea striker wants to work with Max Allegri. Let them pay up. It's as simple as that. But let me see what else. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies if I skip a past your comment there. And this is send Sterling to Strasbourg and keep Angelo. I would do that if it was up to me. Honestly, I would do that. Kachila, you will live long. You too, Joshua Abashi. I appreciate you saying that. You will live long. You too yourself. Bobby Sauce, glad is the tea lady. It's because he didn't give us a name. I wish the panel long life. I like that one. Even if Angelo stays on, goes, it will benefit his career wherever he goes. I agree with you. And Ibrahim says Chelsea does not need Olise. Rather, we should leave Gabriel. Okay. We should let him stay for us next season. Okay, let's address the next item we have lined up here. Just humor you. It's called the Havertz effect. Yeah, the fight. I think we should call it that. Let's see what else we have here. Let's get into it. So this one here just says it's just more like putting everything together. Chelsea are interested in Michael Olise, and he's also been tempted by Chelsea's project. Some are saying he's close to agreeing personal terms with the club. The other one says Mohammed Kudus is also an option, but Moises Caicedo is a priority for the moment. After signing Moises Caicedo, then we'll see maybe a lot of movements in the market. Wahi talks could accelerate with competition from German clubs, and the problem is why he doesn't want us to sign him and send him to Strasbourg. But still, talks have progressed in recent days, according to report. But this we'll start addressing the items one by one. In Gabriel, you trust? Okay, does the manager trust him? I don't know, coach. Do you see Kukurea playing a DM? Possibly. I think he has the attributes of a DM because he operates more like a sweeper. That's why you see him everywhere in the defensive line. He's everywhere. You can say cleaning up mistakes of his defensive partners. But a lot of people don't see that. But I know him quite well to say, yeah, he could, and he has a good pass in him. He finds passing lanes where you don't know any exist. Angelo is special when he makes his first team debut at the age of 15. I think we should keep him. That's his opinion. Michael Olise signing will be massive. I hope they use him as a 10. Okay, let's see. Eddie says Manchester United are reportedly eyeing up Ajax forward Mohammed Kudus as another option. to strengthen their attack. And he played his best season in the Netherlands under, I don't know where he joined them from, but he was
Coach,
under.
coach.
Just 1 second, Bobby. We need a
Hmm.
goalkeeper defender. Caicedo, Cherki, and Kudus. Keep Angelo. We don't need Olise. Go ahead, Bobby.
Manchester United currently have a 37-man squad. They have the largest squad in the Premier League at the moment, even bigger than Man City. I know people try to pin that on Chelsea, but Chelsea's squad has gone down tremendously. We
Yep.
stand at 30-man, but it's not even 30-man because of that 30-man, 5 of them at least are youth players that are going to go away. It's just 30-man that we took to the pre-season. Manchester United still have players that if it was Chelsea, people would be screaming to the rooftops. People like Donny van der Beek, who they have destroyed his
Fred.
career and kept him in the stands for 2 seasons. Fred, another one.
Oh, yeah.
They have so many of these players that they've purchased and dumped and nobody talks about. So until they start making some major sales, I wouldn't be too worried about Man United are interested in this, that, and the other. I'm not even sure their interest in Højlund can be pursued really seriously until they start offloading. They have a lot of players to get rid of, and expecting Saudi to come and get all of them is going to be a big ask because they're young players. I can't imagine someone like Van der Beek at that point of his young career already been destroyed by Man United, going to Saudi, unless they want to put Mason Mount on the bench or in the stands. That's their privilege at this point in time.
So, Bobby, while I'm still with you, don't go anywhere. Olise,
Yeah.
I'm sure you've seen the report yourself. I like him so much. I think even last season when we were not linked with a move for him. We were talking about we did talk about him every now and then at the point at that time. I think he's a fine player. I think he's a player that he plays on the flanks, but he has attributes, some attributes that show he can actually fulfill the number 10 role. I like him. And Martin did talk at length about his numbers. I think his output at his age in the Premier League, I think is something special. I think it's good. Let me just use the term good enough, honestly. But what do you make of it? Do you think we should sign him?
I know. Yeah,
and he was at Chelsea.
I like him.
He was in our academy, right?
Cobham. Yeah, Cobham.
He was. I think when he was about 14 or 15. I like him. Although I hear he's injured now, but it would give. I think it will give Madueke some concern because I think he's a little bit more developed and more experienced, although they're probably the same age.
He looks more polished than Madueke.
Pardon?
He looks more polished.
Yes, he does. However, I think he can play both on the left and on the right. So anyway, I would go for him if his injury is not something that could be threatening to his long-term career. I think it's some kind of hamstring tear or something. Now, he's a pacey player, and that can always raise question marks. When it starts, is it going to continue? The medical department will have to assess that, and that's why, despite his I wouldn't say only, considering the club is in, but despite his 35 million release clause, people are still feeling around as to whether it's worth the move. But
the likes of Man City are interested. They don't care whether he's injured. They don't care about the injury or not.
Well, I think they will. I think they will. I mean, even they don't want to waste money, to be honest, especially if you don't have to. They've ruined enough careers vis-a-vis people like Calvin Phillips. Why go and spend 35 million? Why go and spend 35 million
and a Big
just
Mac
to wreck another kid that you're not going to play because of his injury record? So
Calvin's case, it baffles me really.
But he came back overweight.
That's what happens when you have an excess, isn't it? You know, they have an excess of midfielders, and they bought him sometimes to prevent other people from getting them.
Yeah.
You know, we've done that ourselves a little bit in the past, but
Mhm.
you know, the fact is, when we do it, everybody, including our own fan base, screams to the rooftops. But everybody else, and they're nodding their head in silence. That's why I scream about it. Not that I particularly care, but I'm trying to address the balance. Because believe you me, if Chelsea had a player like that wasn't playing, I'm quite sure in the chat we'll start saying, "Ooh, send Calvin Phillips out on loan. Ooh, Tottenham want to buy Calvin Phillips." That's
It's
Chelsea
spot
West
fans,
on,
Ham
though.
interested.
It's spot on, brother. It's spot on. It's spot on,
you
you
know.
mate.
Yeah.
They're just as, you know, they
Yeah.
remind me of those
Oh,
Arsenal
God.
fans fighting because Man United were beating them 2-0. I mean, back in my day, you'd be fighting the opposition. These clowns are fighting each
Oh,
other. I
man.
mean, how does that work?
That's funny.
When did that happen, that
Sentinel.
we start fighting each other when you're losing? I mean, I'm lost. I'm
That's
confused.
hilarious, mate.
Yeah. Let me
That
come to
video.
you, Eddie, if you're there. DJ, don't worry, I'll come to you soon. So
No, it's
I think,
Bobby.
are you going? Will you be leaving for the beach soon? Do you want to come in now?
Sure. No, brother. It's just Bobby's
Okay.
impressions, man.
Eddie, if you're there, the Olise talks. What do you make of it? Do you
Right.
think we should sign him? Do we need him, or do you think we can do without him?
Yeah, just as we're saying, he's a very good player and he's more mature than. We need competition everywhere. You know, competition breeds better performance from every player. You know, you're not number one on the sheet, and then you have to fight to be the best to get to play. So it's good for us if Olise comes in and it's not that expensive. If it's 39 million they're quoting, I mean, he's got potential. He's a very good player. He's played in the Premiership. So I'm all for it. If we can get him, fine. But I don't know. I keep wondering why we've been linked to so many attacking players. So many attacking players when we actually need the proper midfielders like the likes of Caicedo, like I said earlier. We need to address that area in particular. But because I mean, if the season starts today, like we have Angelo, I mean, at the end of the day, still our player. If we end up not signing Olise, yeah, and then we have Angelo, we have Noni, we have Modric, we have Sterling, we have so I mean, but the area where Caicedo and not the DM, I mean, we need to sort that area. And then it's maybe a defender, I'm not sure, centre back. Don't know if everybody agrees that we need a centre back with the injury to Fofana. So those are the areas, and then a goalkeeper. So they are more crucial, there are more areas that I think needs priority than these are the pressing needs, yeah. Because if the season starts now, I'm telling you, are we confident having Kepa as the number one? Are we confident not having a proper striker at number 9? But I mean, we can go into the season and then with no Madueke will do his thing. Sterling is there.
Don't get me started about the Kepa situation.
You guys just leave Roger alone. Please continue. Eddie,
I mean, we should. I don't know the model they are using, but I mean, they were being linked to so many attacking players. I mean, like I just read a few minutes ago about Chelsea looking for alternative to Caicedo if they don't want to pay the 100 million. So these are the news coming out. So if we want to sign, let us get it done, and then we quickly know what to go on. I mean, preseason, we have few games to go before the season starts, so they need to bed in properly. Because for me, I'm not comfortable having Kepa as my number one. That's the absolute truth. Never will be confident with Kepa as the number one for Chelsea going into the new season. If we have anything really important to achieve this season, not with Kepa, to be honest. So those are the areas, and we've not been linked to any goalkeeper in the last few weeks or so. Now we've not talked about any goalkeeper. Rather than I just read about Martinez from Aston Villa, which I think would be very difficult to get. And then we've talked about Magnum from AC Milan. I don't know if we can afford him. So I mean, I don't know what they're doing about that, because I'm being concerned about not having a proper striker. Are we going to deploy Nkuku as a first 9? Is Broja going to stay?
Diogo Costa rumors.
Yeah, the Diogo Costa is actually died down now. We've not had anything anymore. He's gone quiet. He's gone quiet. You know,
I mean, can I just ask those gentlemen, are we so restricted to only concentrating on Caicedo? We have two co-sporting directors. Why are we only restricted basically to one negotiation at a time? Do we not have enough, shall we say, backroom staff or frontroom staff to actually negotiate on multiple levels?
I think they do, but it's a matter of, the deals and the club getting the valuation they think is right.
Of course,
On the Costa deal, I think we approached the team about it, and they quoted some 70 million, and the club just don't think he's worth that. I think
Right.
people are mistaking their lack of action as a way of them being content with Kepa. I don't think they are, but I don't think they think any keeper out on the market is worth more than 65 million. And the only one you would say maybe is Mike Nunn from AC Milan, but I don't think he's interested in joining our club as well. I think he's comfortable at Milan.
All right,
and
let's
that makes sense.
edit drop. I had to meet him because if he's talking and somebody says something, we get an awful feedback from his end. I think probably because he's using his earpiece, that often happens. Eddie, yeah, you have the floor. You were still talking.
Yeah, so that worries me. Sorry for just like moving to a different topic, but I mean linking us to these attackers. I don't know. Are they all, you just want to bring them in and then have competition for them? Because I mean we have players there. If we're talking of Olise, Kudus, Cherki, whatever the pronunciation is, and then I mean we just have to look at other import pressing areas as well. I know, just as DJ said, we might be doing it. We don't know. It's not in the open. But I mean, I'm surprised Chelsea's deal this time is not actually covered a lot, even though it's not as what we had last season. The transfer dealings are always there in the open for us to see, and there are loads of speculations. But we really need to look at other areas quickly, and as a matter of urgency, because going into the start this season, using Nkuku as a first nine or as a striker, is that what we need? Broja is not fit yet. I mean, Jackson looks good, but is he going to be okay for us going into this season to push for top 4?
Yeah.
I mean, those are areas I think we should concentrate more than looking at Olise, Kudus, and Cherki and all. I mean, there are more pressing areas as far as I'm concerned, to be honest.
All right, thank you so much, Eddie. I appreciate that. I think you can say we're not hearing so much. You can say with regards to the club's activities in this transfer window, because they're keeping a lot under wraps. That's how I see it. And I've argued before there's a chance. They're just using the Moises Caicedo. I know we want to sign him, but at the same time they're using them as a distraction. People focusing on that mainly, and they getting all the deals done. That is just my opinion. I'm going to catch up while we have the chat. We'll hear Eddie DJ's thoughts with regards to our pursuit of Michael Olise. Let's say Wally Waldo says, if Man U don't act fast on the Hoyland deal, they will have competition for his signature. PSG, they're already they're pushing to sign the player too, because according to reports, PSG are interested. Yep. Sorry for doing the tapping on you there. We have had a fantastic window so far. So many sales. Wow, yeah, just the incomings. That's where you can say the fans' frustration stems from. Olise signing is a waste of money. Okay. Let's see what else do we have here. What will happen to Madueke? Nothing will happen to him. We need competition. You can't have just one player in each position. You have to rotate. Well, if one player A gets injured, player B will come and do a good enough job, or even better job. We need to
Can I
strengthen.
ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Is Michael Olise the son of the famous
Sunday Olise.
Nigerian player Sonny Olise?
Sunday Olise. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Okay. This is we needed to strengthen our midfield and improve on Madueke. This is neither an upgrade or a downgrade on Madueke. It's a stupid signing. That is just your opinion. Big up Kuchila, big up to you too, Adedeji. Can Bobby show his face on the big screen for 2 minutes or for no, I'm not gonna do that. For personal reasons, he's explained it to me. And his thing, you like his voice so much, you want to see his face. That's how I see it. But sorry, that's not going to happen. Olise is injured at the moment, but it's not a major injury. That's why we still hear clubs are interested in signing him. Olise is truly a waste of money. Ibrahim thinks so. And we need a DM, CB, and a goalkeeper, not wings. So that's why you're saying it doesn't make sense. Should be going for Kudus. Rumors are that we're going for him. How far are we into that? I do not know. If there was one player, I would have kept Kachila. Knows it was a cover, but all the sales this season have been fantastic. Kudus to Boehly for taking that jet to Saudi. I know where you're leading us to right now. Starting out at our bench. Let's see what happens. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 161 likes. It looks like we can make it to 200. Let's get it there as soon as possible. Philip, making big bucks for bench warming. What are you on about? Let's see what else we have here. As for me, I don't want Chelsea to loan any of these players. Andres Santos, Angelo Cabral, Diego Morella, and Cesar Quesada. I think nearly 50% of those will most likely go out on loan. We need to sell Correa and get a better left back. Yeah, good luck selling him. We have Angelo Madrick, the worst scenario, get Cherki and at 20 million and get Caicedo, a goalkeeper, and the DSCC. Okay, Saudi 300 million bid from Batman needs to be investigated. That's not my business, and I'm not going to go into that. Olise is injury prone of things. Virtual oath studio. Okay, someone in a submarine. That sound got a frogs. Maybe you don't know. Let's see. Arsenal and Manchester have very good stadium, especially the team on benches. Where seats have electrical heating and massage functions. Wow, and that's nice. So you wouldn't mind sitting on the bench. Nobody believes in Jackson. A lot of people right now are starting to believe in him. AC keeper doesn't want to join Chelsea. Mayon, right? I think I do remember that. He doesn't want to come to us. So why waste our time? What about Jackson? I think he's good enough, but it's not me to decide. That one person's microphone is bugging. Yeah, the feedback. Jackson isn't a true number 9, and I like him. Caicedo took Brighton off his bio on Instagram. I think there are multiple Moises Caicedo Twitter profiles. I'm not sure which one actually. Some of them
Instagram
has a lot of followers. Have a look. Okay, have a look. Chelsea should sign another goalkeeper because Kepa Arrizabalaga is not good on far range shots. Okay. I figure that's a budget. So simultaneously, negotiations may cause issues or delays. Lemark, thank you for saying that. And good day to you too. I hope you're doing well. Please remember to smash the like button and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. 162 likes. I appreciate you all. Caicedo has in fact unfollowed Brighton and followed Chelsea on Instagram. I need to go check that myself. Kepa makes the goalpost look very big with Kepa. It's always a temptation to try a shot even when you don't have a reason to. Okay, some argument right there. Let's see. Panelists, yes, we need CB. I think Guehi is best choice. Will be affordable and is Chelsea breed. I also believe Chelsea is doing deals on the ground. We might see surprises. I've said that 1,000 times, and I believe that. Do you guys think Jackson should stay angry with us? I love this game. This guy's output. I don't know if that's what you mean there, but I think he stays. I'd rather we sign Inacio if we go for another CB or Laporte. Maybe available. I don't know. Guehi isn't a significant upgrade on what we have. Jackson looks really good. As I know, CFC are not looking for strikers or goalkeepers apparently, but mind you, we do get surprises from club every year, and I think that's going to be the case. Just give me a few minutes. I really want to catch up with what we have in the chat. Chelsea should give Angelo Cabral a chance. That may well happen. We don't know. Olise is ZS's replacement. Kudus as Covas's, you can say, Havertz replacement. Okay, some argument. Damn, it looks like we are losing Angelo on loan after the US tour. It sounds like it. What else do we have here? Big up to you too, Brianni Yahayu, aka 343 Dilemma, aka Vivel FC, aka Contender FC, and now Jackson FC. Much love to you too, brother. Olise, not Olive, it's definitely a buy that I agree with. He's very good a player with lots of growth left in him. Let's see. I think I'm going to stop here. Roger, I think it's DJ. Roger, I don't know if you've spoken about Olise.
I did briefly a while ago when I was confusing him with Essay. So I don't know. Listen. Will he contribute? Will he be a mainstay player if we purchase him? And then what does that do for the growth of, let's say, Madueke? You know, but conversely, you can say, will we be able to make top four with Madueke? You know, so it all depends. It's a tough position because we're led on one hand to believe that we have a new project. But then you have to have a balance of experience and youth. You can't just have all youth all over the place. So, I mean,
and can you had the number? You had this number, so you were saying it then, and I liked it. I said, can you please wait when we get to talking about him? So yeah, go ahead, please bring out your questions.
No, it's actually on Palace's site.
I'm just kidding. I just intention that you told us then. Yeah, go ahead.
So they basically have very similar amount of appearances, 179 to 165, with Olise being the first number. The goals,
and that's a lot.
Yeah, goals though, Olise has 20 and SA has 32. Assists 42 for Olise, which is a lot. Assists 24 for SA. Okay, so there's a marginal difference. There's a difference there. But big chances created, 20 for Olise and 17 for SA. So I don't know. I'm not sure the age difference though, to be honest with you, of the two players.
I think they're both very young. I think
they are
older.
young.
I think Eze's older.
I'd say that within a year or so, it looks like. But, you know, listen, is he the person that we're going to spend X amount of pounds on? And will he come in and be a starting player right away? I don't know. So, as I said, what does this do for Madueke? Does this stunt his advancement as a player? Now, I understand we need depth rotation, but do we not have that already?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we have that in terms of wingers. We're lacking, especially on the left-hand side. It's just on the left-hand side, it's just Mudryk. You can say Sterling. On the right-hand side, who do we have? Just Madueke. Any other person?
And Angelo,
who we're learning is going to live on loan.
The question is, would you be comfortable going into the season with Angelo and Madueke on the right?
You help me answer that question. And that was the question Roger I asked, actually. You go ahead and answer the question. So Roger, were you still speaking?
That's okay. Listen, you have Nkuku, that's probably going to play number 10. You have Mudryk. You have Madueke. Jackson can even play on the side, even though I would love for him to be the number 9 and obviously Nkuku behind. You've got, dare I say, Sterling. So I don't see Sterling going anywhere.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we've got, realistically, you've got Angelo, you've got Jackson, Madueke, Moreira, I'm not sure about, he's going. You've got Mudryk, you've got Nkuku, and you've got Sterling. So, I mean, yes, we could put Angelo out to
focus.
Sorry?
Yeah, I was like, you just focus on the right wing. And I think that's where the debate is on.
Sterling can also play on the right, don't forget. Yeah, I mean, and I use that term loosely, play, right? But that's a caveat right there. But you understand what I'm saying. So listen, you can't keep this player and not play him for when he's on. No, I'm talking about Sterling for this amount of money. He will play it, I dare say. So, I mean, salary should not be a part of the equation, but
No
it does come into part of it.
discussions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
realistically, I would like to see in a perfect world that your salary or your purchase price has no bearing whatsoever, where your selection is based purely on achievement and form and pedigree. If that
So
makes sense.
can we say you're not for us signing Olise?
No. No, actually, quite the opposite. I'm just playing devil's advocate. What does this do?
So what it does,
It gives us depth and rotation. I get it.
I think it gives us the assurance that we can have expectations from him. I think with Noni on the right, it's a bit experimental. You still
He's
don't know.
raw. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it. I
goals and
respect
the
that.
assist, the goals and the assist, and how assured he would be on and off the ball. With Angelo, is also experimental. He's good, but you're still not
Young,
sure on
very
the
young.
goals and assist and how he will fare on and off the ball. What this difference Olise brings is you're assured of how he would fare on and off the ball, defensively and offensively, and he's a set piece specialist.
Which
he takes
we
all the
lack.
corners. Yeah,
Right,
he
which
takes all the
we lack.
corners.
I totally concede
Yeah.
that. This is something last year, especially, we were woeful at.
Full.
Oh,
Exactly.
we were putrid, dare I say. But to be honest
Exactly.
with you, listen, maybe I'm being naive here, but to me, when you have a player like Noni Madueke, I would like to see him play a
Okay.
lot. And I think this would, dare I say, that this would stunt
Hamper that.
his advancement, his growth,
Wow.
potentially. 'Cause it would
Roger,
restrict his
the
playing
set
time.
piece specialist is a massive
No.
call. I didn't know that.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
I concede that.
Huge. Because
Like
we
he
really
takes
need that.
all their dead balls, all of it, all their corners, all their long free kicks, all their short free kicks.
And
The
look at our
amount-
corners and our free kicks
Yeah.
have been inept. Let's be honest.
So
It's
he's been
woeful.
Yes, no, we've been great.
No,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
And-
I'm actually reinforcing
Yeah.
No,
Martin's
I know.
point.
I know.
Yeah. No,
And last
totally-
season
it's valid.
he had 11 assists. People are downplaying this thing. He had 11 in
Only.
the Premier League. Yeah. So the thing about this is he's battle tested. He's been to the
Yes.
top 6 home and away. He's assured, and then the work rate, the tackles, the interception, the defensive side of things. So what he does is he takes away the experimental nature of that right wing
Sure.
and brings in expectations, because we know that
And assurance, maybe.
yeah, and assurance and competition for Noni. The club doesn't see Angelo up to that point here, and because he's 18, they can afford to.
No, I get it.
Let him go
Get
out
it.
on a year, and then maybe Sterling gets sold next summer. Who knows?
God bless you. No, but here's the deal.
All the hate on Sterling. God will ask you guys questions.
But then again,
Go
though,
ahead, Bobby.
can I just say one thing quickly though? It's impressive his numbers, but need I remind you, Gallagher had impressive numbers at
Exactly.
Palace also. So
Yeah,
it
but then
doesn't
it's all about
automatically-
profile as well.
No, true, but it doesn't automatically translate
It doesn't.
into. I'm just saying. I'm playing devil's advocate. That's all I'm doing.
But Gallagher can still get his numbers at Chelsea. It's just he wouldn't look pretty, but he
Never looks
that brother
pretty.
can score. I mean, his
No, he
positioning,
has,
his
yeah,
aim.
even before he came back, I've always argued that he's a bit similar to Mason Mount, but will get you more goals than Mason Mount.
So I think the
So
discussion.
my whole contention is, what does this do for Noni? That's the whole thing.
Noni
I
He
is-
think-
competes. He pushes.
Competes.
No,
yeah.
this is good. I'm all for competition, but does it not stunt his potential advancement? That's all I'm trying to say. I
No,
get.
I don't
Okay,
think
that was the question. That's
you
fine.
know, you can always rotate them, Roger.
Yes, that's
Exactly.
true. Yeah,
On
that's
and off
true.
the
Yeah.
bench.
And then you've
and-
got depth also in case of Knicks. I get it.
Yeah. So I think
All right. DJ hasn't spoken about Olise. Martin,
Wait,
were you still
DJ.
speaking?
no, I was like, it's all about the competition and the expectation from that wing,
Yeah.
because I don't think people speak about this with how much goals and assists you expect to make the top 4. They're just saying it from a nice, I want this guy, I like this player. No, but what's the expectation to make the top 4? We need to
Also,
be back to the Champions
Can
League.
I quickly just drop this very briefly? I think when we put players out for loan, we also need to put a caveat in that we can recall a player if God forbid we're depleted in injury in a certain position.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that we're able to do that. You know, if we put Angelo on loan and let's say, you know, we're decimated in a certain position, we need to recall him. We are able to do so. I think that's important, and that hasn't been the case historically. It's tended to have bitten us in the posterior.
All right.
Yeah, the problem
what we have. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the problem sometimes with that, Roger, is that the clubs that are trying to loan this player, they want assurances as well that they are planning for the whole season. So if they always insert that clause that, oh, we can recall, then it means they can just recall anytime and then you leave them short as well.
No, I get it.
We own Strasbourg, so we can afford to do that.
All right, let me catch up with what we have here. Olise is a great young talent. I think he is. No player is really a waste of money unless they are like the woolly mammoth in the house. Understood. Adedeji, much love to you. And Deji, I appreciate the support, the donation, brother. That will go a long way. Thank you so much. A super sticker from you, my Niger, bro. I can't thank you enough. Thank you. For me, Caicedo is not worth 100 million. And now AD has a report for us saying Chelsea could now make a bid for Monaco defender Axel de Cisse, a player who is also wanted by Manchester United and Arsenal. That is according to the Sun. Okay. My question is, besides Maignan, are the other goalkeepers on the market right now that is much better than Kepa? There you're asking? You could say that, but I'll just go back to what Roger is saying. You don't know until you have them within your ranks. Be careful what you wish for. But I don't want to get into the goalkeepers argument right now. We will most definitely sign a new goalkeeper. Rumors thought there was too pushing to sign the FC Porto goalkeeper. What's his name? Diogo Costa. And I think it may well happen. Chelsea set around a 35 million price tag for Conor Gallagher. Julius Armour, thank you for saying that. West Ham and Spurs are battling. Maybe the price will go up again. Do you think we will see Broya get a start during the season? Yeah, if he recovers, he will get his chance to prove that he's ready. Coach, someone said earlier in window that Jackson was purchased for a loan to Strasbourg. This seems unreal now. Has always been unreal to me. If you knew Jackson, again, even if you you haven't heard of him until we started pushing to sign him. If you look at his highlights and find his full game online, you'd know there's a good player in him. If he can play. Let's see. Just sign all the young French and Brazilian players. Cannot go wrong with that. Maybe we should do that. Can we make top four with Olise? I think we can. It's not just about Olise. He complements every other player, the skill set of every other player we have. Caicedo, Cherki, de Cisse, and a goalkeeper, and we will be fine. Olise isn't a big jump from Madueke. They differ, given the way they apply themselves on the pitch. Olise is experienced in the Premier League over 70 games, and Roger did give us a rundown of that. I'm going to stop right now, and let's see the next item we have here. John Wab, I haven't said hello to you. Hello to you too. I hope you're doing well. And John Wab says, what does he say here? Just give me 1 second. He says Sterling is just not good. Poch will drop him. Just watch the way he slows our game down, just like Havertz. I wish Arsenal would come out with 30 million. Arsenal will not even give you 25 for Sterling, maybe 25. If Angelo goes on loan for his development, Olise and Madueke are both 21. How long will Angelo stay on loan to develop? Maybe if we sell Sterling, he gets a chance immediately. Because all these players we've talked about can all play on either side. As for me, I don't need a Michael Olise because we have many right wingers. Can you name them? Left wingers, the likes of Mihailo Mudryk on the left, Noni Madueke right, Raheem Sterling both sides, Nicolas Jackson, no, centrally mainly. Diego Morella on the right, but Diego looks a bit too raw. He might well end up going out on loan too. Olise has been tested and trusted. That's another way to see it. Harold, thank you for joining. If Angelo goes on loan, I think you have that. He had that there twice. I think I've read that one too. Chigozie here, what are you saying there? Olise really gonna be good for Chelsea. He's playing like Ziyech. I think he's more mobile than Ziyech. He has more to his game. Ziyech is a bit one dimensional to my liking. Even though I like him, I like his passes. the pace he adds to his passes and all that. Olise and Maudie can compete for right wing. Gabriel always meant for Strasbourg. Win-win. Development isn't the point of for first team. Both players will be better. I think I agree with you. And God of Frogs, what are you saying here? Before people talk about being Premier League proven, that didn't work for what is is regarded as one of the best wingers in the world in Saka, Grealish, and others all surpassing the Sterling now. I think I agree with you. Angelo, let's see what else we have here. Liverpool, please buy Sterling and save us. They will never do that. I'm sorry to let you know. Just imagine Mbappe, Mudryk, and Kunku and Kudus or Olise will be on fire. Good luck getting Mbappe. Roger, we would love to help any youngster realize their potential, but not at the cost of the club's results. I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Sure.
It's not going to stunt his growth. If anything, it's going to bring out the best in him. He's going to be playing week in, week out. Not much competition there. Let's see what else we have. I've read your comment. I'm going to skip lots of comments to get to the bottom. Coach, I want to know the deal between Chelsea and Juventus concerning Lukaku for Vlahovic. Nothing new there. Nothing serious at this point. Big up to you too, Michi boy. When you get a chance to share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. I prefer Cherki than Michael Olise. Two different profiles, not the same, really. Yeah, completely two different profiles. Coach Arteta had Sterling at City. I'm sure Arteta would love to have him have chemistry between Havertz and Sterling. Might cost another 50 million. Let them bring it out, take it. Please support by liking and subscribing and engaging with our content as we aim to reach 20,000 subscribers before the Chelsea Liverpool kickoff. It can happen. It's possible. Your participation will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for saying that. I think Madueke and Olise will alternate depending on the team. I agree with you. Thomas Bass, nice to see you. Lateness is greatness. The good thing is that you're here. Let's see. If you saw Sterling, a Canadian of Angela, Olise and Madueke play on the left effectively? That's a good question. We don't know until it happens. One reason why I would not get Olise is because we have Lewis Hall who can play on the left. Also, so our problem is on the right hand side. You think? Don't sell Gallagher because he's gonna open a secret about Poch's pattern of play. Nope. I don't think he knows that much, and I think you cannot hide your pattern of play forever. It's out there. You do play matches and all that. So, DJ, your turn. Your thoughts on your thoughts on I'm gonna say it again. Olise. Do you think we should get him? If you're there, DJ, if you're not at the beach right now. Okay, it doesn't look like DJ is there. Let's move on to the next topic there. Olise says Chelsea have made a first offer to Crystal Palace to sign Michael Olise. Offer less than 45 million euros, including bonuses. The player is seduced by the, I don't know, what. I don't know about the word.
Translation.
Yeah, translation. Yeah.
It was French, so maybe it meant something else.
Yeah, I know. Oh gosh. The player is seduced by the Blues project. In principle, he agrees to go to Chelsea. I think that the second in the second part of the second paragraph probably means he's agreed to go to Chelsea, even if there are always negotiations. Yeah, it was translated from another language, so you're very correct. DJ, I don't know if you're there. If you're not there, we're going to move on to the next topic we have lined up there. I think no need us discussing the price tag. Coach, DJ has gone for a swim. We'll be back in a minute. Okay, thank you. So thank you for being DJ's PA. Yeah, I nearly read that myself. I think Martin is correct. The person
It was in French.
to use a translator. Go ahead. if you were saying something.
Yeah, it was Fabrice Hawkins. He's quite good with the French players. So he wrote the entire article in French. So the conversion, was was lost in translation.
So are you advising I start trusting him? Because I think you said that before.
It's a 50-50 because he's got his French connections, and Fabrizio initially reported on the link and saying, Man City and Chelsea are interested, and they are trying to know how long he's going to be out for with his current injury, which he just got up at the end of the season in June. So there isn't anything unusual yet. Agreeing to personal terms, we know that wouldn't be much of an issue because he isn't earning much at Palace. So it's all about, knowing how long he'll be out for and then making a decision on that.
Yeah, Roger and Bobby, quickly. DJ says, sorry, he just heard some sad news. RIP to Trevor Francis.
No.
I don't know why I don't know him.
He's Britain's first ever £1 million player.
Oh, sorry to hear
played
that.
for Nottingham Forest. He won. That's when they won the European Cup or the Champions League, what it's called now. He scored in the final. Wow, that's sad. He's young.
Yeah,
very young. Wow.
Oh, he's still very young.
I mean, about my age, give or take. Cough, cough.
Yeah, but that's still young, though. But it was still young, though. Yeah. But thank you for that. May he still rest in peace. Jorisi says, I believe he was strongly influenced by Pochettino's magnetic aura and high pressing that he had to use that word. Was that what she said? No, that he has agreed to join Chelsea. Let's be honest here. The first £1 million player in history. Oh, sorry to hear that. It's safe to let Gallagher go because I am sure he did not absorb any of the information given to him by Lampard, Pochettino, Potter, or Pochettino. Our secrets are safe. Yeah, from the perspective that was that Chigozie that said that Usman Tolo Kamara, coach, before they loan Angelo Gabriel, I prefer they loan Ian Matson or Diego Morella. Wow. Maybe Morella, Matson not saying no. Bonfordino, nice to see you. Chelsea should be careful sending Angelo to France. We have destroyed a lot of talents with some of these loan deals. Musonda is a typical example. The least it can go on. I think we're sending him to our sister club, which means there's a guarantee he starts games. Once we have a CM, we will be good. And that's Charles Koviwa. Nice to see you, Charles. Thank you for joining. That's good news. We cannot wait to see him at Chelsea. Only 69 years old, so that's still young because modern medicine again has changed quite a lot. People do live longer than that. He's a Forest legend. Santiago Muno. Santiago, are you Spanish or English? You do know lots of footballers, brother, and I appreciate you for that. Always available answering questions when I'm busy reading comments. We desperately need an experience. Experience in form of CB or else we're in trouble. I think hopefully we're looking to assign the defenders according to we'll consider signing defenders according to Fabrizio Romano. I am not logged on, brother. So that's please take me out. Take you out sounds like something else too. But I'm gonna kick you out of the studio. Wow. Let's see. I think Santos and Humphreys are two that are added to the first, and maybe Martin on left wing if he keeps impressing. I think he's going to play in a more advanced position. Coach, I have officially given up on Caicedo. Don't just hold on. Don't give up yet. What I want from Olise is to stop overcrossing, rather play a ground balls, 1-2 passes, and don't overcarry the ball. Wow. Okay. Hope Gabriel doesn't become another candidate. I don't think he will become that. I think we know how good he is. Hamdu. I am seduced by the coaches. Wow. Coach's room, the fantastic setup, and aroma of coffee. And now with the exciting addition of Pochettino to Chelsea, life has never been better. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, brother. Coach, some people who follow Santos say Angelo is a generational talent like Neymar. We should hope he gets a start in preseason and make any opinions only after that. I think we're considering keeping him. We're looking at him. That's why he's part of our preseason and not part of Strasbourg's preseason. Your Mexican coach, okay. Big up my brother. So, but you know football quite well, honestly. Sorry, kick me out. I have already. He had to change the language because of what I said. Again, we want to buy Vardy. I think that's the rumors. Coach, at this point, Chelsea transfer window has halted. I don't know if Poch is assessing the team, and maybe next week transfers will pick up. I just don't know. Yeah, so we move on to the next one. I don't know. Anybody else want to say anything with regards to our pursuit of Olise, or should I move on? All right.
We can move on.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you for saying that. So this is an interesting one. There's been lots of talks out there. El Wahi, Chelsea are now advancing in talks to sign El Wahi, and the agreement is getting closer. The Blues' plan includes a loan move for Wahi this season with a view to bring him back to Chelsea. And I just don't understand this one that well. But I'm going to start with Roger, and he's good from what I've seen. But I have to be honest, everything I've seen based on clips of him doing good stuff. I haven't watched.
Who are we talking about?
El Wahi, you probably didn't know him. I don't know him either.
No, don't know enough about him.
From his clips, people I think he's good. I haven't seen him beyond his clips
What's
of
his
him.
what's his profile, age, etc.?
I think he's still very young. Is he 18, 19? Let me check.
Yeah, he's young. He's a bit of like the Datro Fofana profile.
Okay.
Yeah, black, energetic, fast, powerful. He's of that new mode, French. So yeah.
He's 20.
And what's his height and so forth? Is he big, strong, fast?
He's just like Jackson, but a little less of almost everything. But
he's 6 foot.
And how much would he cost?
I think around they're asking for 30, 35 or so.
Euros?
Roger is a short player. He's short.
Yeah.
That's
but that's a death. That's a death sentence for Bobby. To the guillotine.
With that alone, Bobby is gone. Just quickly, hello to you too, Jerizy. Okay, you're killing me. I stopped reading Shakespeare, but you foray into poetry is now going to make me again a Park Elliott. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Our transfer is slow but deadly. That's how I see it in secret, and I love it. I think we're keeping things under wraps. Why he scored 19 goals last season in Ligue 1. Ligue 1, it's pronounced. I forgot now the correct pronunciation. Only signing we should focus is is an experienced, informed CV, CM, and right winger. Need to remember, Poch has stated he prefers a 23 squad, including goalkeeper Benoit and Armando are also part of that 23. He is similar to Rini in physique, really. I am looking at him right now. Doesn't look like he's similar to Rooney, but
I mean, he has 2 ears, 2 eyes.
What do you want me to say? But Martin, over to you. What do you make of him?
That's funny,
rumors are that we're not signing him to come stay here. You've seen, I think that's on the stream too. We're signing him to go out on loan to Strasbourg, but he doesn't like that. We've heard. But your thoughts? This is one of sign him to join us right now.
No, this is one of them ones where I think the club is maybe overdoing the future project thing, because we already have that role, which we know, like the third choice as it is. And if you're looking to go for a bigger striker in the future, maybe next summer or something, we wouldn't want to have way too many of them. Just like Arsenal is dealing with the whole Baluko thing right now, where you have a striker that's worth 40 million, but no one wants to pay that because they know you have 3 strikers already and you kind of need to sell. So I think this is one of them ones that you're like, just take the money and put it put it in the Caicedo deal. Like, we can wait on this because we already have that role. And he scored in his debut. He might do really well this season. And we just this seems like an overkill on this point. But he's a good player. You know, he's one of them ones that could come good in the future. He's sharp, he's
It's
exciting.
like we're stockpiling players.
Yeah, and we still have
When
Broya.
when I see something like this, I think it's a partial reflection of the fact that we have so many sporting directors. Probably why Vival left, because there's a lot of almost duplication going on.
Yeah,
You know,
Power
one
managerial.
guy
struggle.
gets to spot a player, the other guy gets to spot a similar player because they've both been told, oh, we need a striker. And
Mm,
then we end up bringing in two of the same type.
yeah,
I'm not saying I know for sure that's what's happening, but it seems to give me that impression.
it
And
It
that's
does.
does.
why Vival going, you know, it's, you know, it's not ideal, but I don't think it's the end of the world because I think we had perhaps too many, and whittling it down to Winston Lee, Lawrence Stewart, and Joe Shields, who is more or less a chief scout, might in future start to streamline things even better. Don't get me wrong; they've done very well with the players they've acquired, but you know, you're right. We seem to be looking a bit too much in the same direction, whereas we should be diversifying now and hearing of a goalkeeper, please. I don't know
Yeah,
why they can't seem
and
to find one.
Objection,
midfielders.
Your Honour.
I said that
Let's-
quietly.
Like this money could just be put in
Bobby,
for
you're gonna
Amrabat.
have a civil war within your gang if you're not paying attention that Roger is here.
but
Go
having,
ahead, Martin.
having said that, you know, I don't think Kepa fits into the criteria for a backup keeper. He's on 150 grand a week. I think he needs to move on if he's going to be the
He
backup.
needs to move on, but that's why his
It's difficult.
salary
Yeah,
is also the reason.
Yeah, yeah.
One of the main reasons why it's been. Yeah, he hasn't moved on.
It's a sticking point, isn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, it
And
is.
it kind of means the next person would need to be way better than him, and you know would also accommodate for the fact that he will be on the bench the entire season. So it's a bit of an expensive risk. And
The only good thing about that is, though, he's proven to be the consummate team player when he was benched when Mendy
yeah,
came in.
professional.
And yeah, very professional, and you could tell he didn't take it personal. In fact, he improved from it. He actually so that's the good thing. He won't do a Lukaku. Sorry to swear, but
Yeah.
No, he's an excellent player and professional. He's just
yeah,
not
yeah.
quite good enough.
No,
But
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying
Pochettino,
that's a good thing that he won't
yeah,
do a Lukaku.
Pochettino can help us as fans put our mind at ease and play Slonina. Let's see whether he's capable.
I'm
Unless he
surprised.
thinks he's totally not capable,
Yeah.
then we have a problem.
Bobby, I'm
But-
surprised he hasn't played at least a half in the last two games. I
Yeah.
really am.
It must be something in training, honestly.
Yeah, or he's got a knock or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it must be
But I'm
something because if
surprised.
Cummins can play and then we substitute
Yeah.
for another keeper, then it means there's something going on in training,
He's
honestly.
like 12. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, just quickly there. Let me see what else we have there. This is just entertaining a bit. Yeah, very, very entertaining, really. Rain says PSG are in race for Stalin. Enrique is a fan of him. Chelsea are open to sell. CFC says Chelsea are back. But thank you for that. While he OMG is a fantastic player, please watch his highlights. Even his bicycle kick goal. One, how many bicycle kicks I saw? I think it was just one. It's intimidating and intensifying. Wow. Okay. I've seen those. I think he's good, but we have other questions. We don't need a striker right now. You think a big up Rain? Chelsea cannot sell Starling fake. His spot. Do I need you to recognize that was fake? He was just joking. But Nemanja, more importantly, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. That's funny, really. This guy's extraordinary in play. But what about Broya? Meaning he has to go on loan to our sister club. I think Broya stays. I heard Pochettino likes him. Fake news. Fabrizio hasn't confirmed it about PSC and Sterling. Look at the sources quoting there. It's absolute nonsense. 29 players travel for the preseason beach Boston Gilchrist. Okay. Maybe I'm not familiar with the names you mentioned there, or maybe just I'm tired a bit. Rain, but nice to see you, Brianna Yahayu. we have a lot of mobile strikers. It will be difficult against a team that plays low block. Low block of football. Let's see his rolling. Yeah, he should know. Up Chelsea, my fellow fans, up my brother from another mother. I appreciate you, Chikasie. Chelsea vibe is more fun now. It is indeed, I have to say. Let's say Kepa had best save percentage in EPL last year. In fact, if one looks at Kepa's stats on the Lampard and Kepa's stats without Lampard, the difference is huge. Yawning, you can say. What else do we have here? I'm going to scroll quite a lot. 29 players traveled for the preseason. Beach, Basto, Gilchrist. Okay, the names of players. Okay, who's Beach? Basto, Gilchrist, Humphreys, Casade, and Angelo are more likely to go out on loan. Wow. I think it makes sense, those names there. But let's see what happens in your opinion. So a disclaimer there. So that gives us a 23 or so. So yeah, I know, again, I think it makes sense, quite clear. That's delicious really for explaining, because we were asking the question, how many players can send to Strasbourg. I think if you send 3 to Strasbourg, which means we'll have 4 left to send out on loan, because it wouldn't make sense to say, okay, if you're sending them to Strasbourg, it doesn't count. That's how I see it. Why he is another gem for our loan army, maybe that's how we'll see it. But we'll see. Starling definitely going to stay because of 2 things. Poch and his wages. You could say that Poch needs the experience, and he said he will help bring out the best in him. I will say the club knows what they're doing. I agree. They've proven that they are capable. This is a pure business, and they know they could not absorb all these players. Thank you for saying that, Denzel. They want to get the best young talents and later sell them at a higher price and keep some of them if we have space for them. Jackson is class. I want to know if Moises Caicedo's deal is done. No, it's not done, Camera. We're still negotiating. We are rebuilding little by little, and it's working. Alfred Lamte, thank you for saying that. I think Caicedo will be done by Wednesday. Okay, let's see if it happens. They will sell a Starling in an offer of around 60 to 65 million. I think if we see 50, 40, they will sell him. That's just my opinion. But who gives you that? I don't know. Nice to see you. Good night. I am from Indonesia, and that's Danny Putra. Big up to you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Kunyawan, I appreciate you. I hope I said your name correctly. Anybody on the panel still want to speak about Wahi, or should I move on? The beautiful game, Coach. Like I said, we cannot afford to keep winning games 6 of 5. 6. Okay, 6 to 5.
6-5.
Okay, game 6-5. Okay, next season, a good goalkeeper saves you 15 points per season. We'd be lucky if Kepa saves 15 shots. Okay, but let's see. Like I said, we'll sign another goalkeeper, and if we do, I think most likely the goalkeeper will join us. I will become the first choice goalkeeper. That's how I see it. I think Kepa is a good goalkeeper, but do I think we can do better than him? Definitely. Kane has declined to accept a new contract offer from Tottenham, prompting the club to make the decision to sell him if he does not agree to the contract by 31st of July. I think he's gone. We all knew that that's what's going to happen. Kachila Talksports Radio have come out, confirmed that Gallagher is not part of Poch's plans. Any panelists from UK, how reliable are Talksports? Anybody there want to say something to that?
Yeah, but I don't know why there's so much prop on Gallagher today. It's a bit unusual. I mean, we always know there've been interest, and he might stay, he might not stay, but it's weird. Like, everyone just woke up this morning and decided to jump on Gallagher. It's very weird.
Yeah, I agree. Talksports is another outlet like Sky Sports. There's a massive kind of anti-Chelsea, pro-Chelsea stigma, pro-Chelsea, what do I say, scandal element to them.
Well, isn't Chelsea, Jason Conde, isn't he a Chelsea man?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
but
is.
what makes you think it's Jason Conde talking?
Exactly. It's the agenda
Jason
of the
Conde
channel.
is a single voice in the wilderness in
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
place.
He's
I know them.
outnumbered.
I know what they're like. Even Sam Matterface, that's a Chelsea person, he kind of allows himself sometimes to be compromised. It's only Jason Conde that is very, very much strong on the Chelsea platform. But many of them, you name them, they are always trying to push this sort of thing.
There's an
So
agenda for sure.
yeah, I
So you're
wouldn't take
saying
it seriously.
it talks about it's heavily opinion driven.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
heavily anti-Chelsea, yes.
And from the
Heavy,
reports,
like most of the news media are.
even
Even BT Sports used to be, until surprisingly, Rio Ferdinand, ex-Man United and ex-West Ham, proved to be perhaps the most balanced individual on media that
He's been
certainly
a pleasant
I've
surprise.
known, because
Yeah.
he stuck up for the Chelsea owners. He's always been very balanced about Chelsea. So we do have one or two out there that don't accept the envelope, but they're
yep,
very few.
Few and far
very,
Very,
between.
very
And what
few.
color? What color is the envelope actually?
very brown.
Brown. It's the brown ones you got to watch out for.
It's fat,
Yeah. Maybe.
Another thing to add. Another thing to add, Niza just came out
Yeah.
with the second report, still on the Gallagher thing, but he put an
Mhm.
amount of 35 million. You can see from that alone, you realize that it's a low ball fee, which
They're pushing it.
yeah, they're pushing it way too much. The club will never come out and say 35. They'll say
Yeah.
40, 50. Club will say 50, then you can negotiate, and then we meet at the middle of 40, 45. But as you can see the reports, he's taking the point of he wants to get Gallagher out for a cheap, which is weird, but
Yeah.
it's
You know what will tell? Tomorrow's press conference, pre-game press conference, because since they're
yeah,
all at it, they will put the question to Poch, and it'll be interesting to see what he says. If he realizes that he's going, he will he'll intimate that. But if it's another kind of Colwill situation where they're trying to push it,
yeah.
he will squash it.
So it's
Yeah,
just
thank you
media
so much.
talk.
This is maybe Caicedo's deal hopefully will be completed this by weekend. I am following it up like no other. Let's cross fingers because Boehly will enter the deal, and when he is available, deal will be completed. I think we'll get. Let me just say we get that deal over the line. And Shafodinho says, "What if Nkunku gets injured? That's where you need Olise. We have again." We need Olise to play that. That shows you we need the likes of Cherki actually, Cherki. But let's see what the club does. Here we have Jersey, a trustworthy friend of mine from Manchester, informed me that Talk Sports is referred to as
Liverpool radio.
Yeah,
Oh my
and
goodness!
they love the
There's some,
attention
you should
too.
see the screen. I'm not gonna read that.
So they say a lot of things just to get the
Let me just
attention.
say it's referred to as Talk Doo in the UK, and it's widely regarded as one of the most unreliable sources in the media landscape. Wow, I can't believe you said that word too in the middle of the. But good day to you, the Supreme Court Coach. I need to see Spurs or West Ham fans fighting in the stands over Gallagher. Top speed starts next season. Let's go. Maybe that would be interesting to watch, but I don't want to see anybody hurting, people hurting themselves. I spy with my little eye. No Caicedo at the bridge yet. It hasn't happened, but I think it will happen. Talksport now valid in UK. It's not valid in the UK because of my friend over there and me. Okay, for some years back. Okay. Let's see what else we have. Is this okay? Nemaya, please stop confusing me. So let's see what other item we have lined up there. I actually here to look at, and I think we've looked at every other item we have here. Let me see. It was AD that sent me something. I think I've seen that. It's this one saying Chelsea value Conor Gallagher at around 35 million pounds. As he has the 2 years left on his deal. It's a direct battle between Tottenham and West Ham for his signature. It looks like he's going to be gone soon. These are two, you can say, they're big clubs in England, two London clubs actually. But I wouldn't sell to Tottenham. Would you, Bobby? Would you sell to Tottenham?
Sorry, me, no. Absolutely not. Unless they pay 75 to 100 million, then
Not
okay.
going to happen, mate.
We won't sell. If he's going to Tottenham, I can assure you he's not going to go cheap. May not be up to 75 to 100 as I would like, but we ain't selling him for 35 million to Tottenham. That's not going to happen.
No, we shouldn't. If Tottenham wants him, then it's 90 million. If any other club comes, 40 will be okay. But go ahead. You were saying something, Martin.
Yeah, I was like, we just wouldn't, and that's why the report is a bit confusing, because we would. I mean, an offer is coming for him already, 40 plus 5 in January. So there's no reason why we should take less. And if we are keeping him, we keep him. Would still like to keep him. So there's no rush to sell. There's no point. They should bring in 50 million, or we negotiate for something a little less. But still, we wouldn't mind keeping him. I think it's just West Ham pushing this report, maybe trying to pressure a move or something. But 35, it wouldn't go for 35. No.
Not a good price, in my opinion. Yeah. Let's see what else we have here. Coach Jerry needs to stick with the what he reached, the depths he's reached. He's reached that literature. I don't want to return to reading Shakespeare. Okay. Chelsea will be interesting to watch this season. Very exciting. More importantly, let's say that.
Coach,
please go check out Michi Boy's YouTube channel. Michi, do me a favor. Always say, go and subscribe to my channel, then link. I know you like me doing the job for you. You're my friend and bro, and I love you. Make it easy on me by saying, go and check out my YouTube channel, then the link. It makes it easy. I can just highlight it. People read it and say, okay, let me go try this. But thank you, Michi. Much love to you. Sorry?
Can I give you one example? And
go ahead, brother.
They're different players and the scenario is slightly different. But do you remember when West Ham were all over Armando Broja, using outlets like TalkSport, Sky Sports? They were talking.
Yeah.
Even at one time, David Moyes started yapping.
Before Skamaka.
Now, I think also, in as much as we have our detractors in the media, sometimes the agents do it when they are looking for a new contract. Because as soon as the transfer window finished, we then gave Armando Broja that long contract. So maybe some of this could be coming from Gallagher's side. It's not the player himself, in order to secure a contract, to show that contract discussions could be going on in the background. We don't know. And as I said, I really believe at the end of the transfer window, come that kind of September, October time, then these new contract offers will be on the table if Gallagher's here, for him, and certainly for Levi.
Yep, Mitch, no worries. I was just explaining what you can do so that it's easier. People know. Hey, Coach, great stream. Mohammed 1971. I appreciate you joining. Most people refer to Stock Sports as a Talk Arsenal, especially when Laura Woods was doing the breakfast show. Wow. Thank goodness I haven't been following them. I just watch their videos every now and then, bits and pieces of them, because sometimes they do, you can say, they do have some, you can say some, should I say, solid takes, and some people will share it on Twitter and I'll get to see it. I don't follow them even. But thank you for that, Mohammed 1971. I appreciate you, brother. You can enjoy the community. Express yourself. Just keep it civil. That's all we ask. This is Poch. If Angela proves to him that he can stay. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. No worries, you don't have to say sorry. He will definitely play him. Okay, yep, that's the truth. unless Poch wants to replace Gallagher and or Chukwuemeka, I think our next season is first team target will be back. Will be a goalkeeper. I have a lot to learn. We learn every day. I learn every day myself. I have to be honest here. I know nothing actually. Had Mudryk said he just showed it is 20% of his talent, more to come from him. I believe him because I knew him before he joined us. He's that good. But that's just my opinion. So here's that particular comment here. I hope everything is there. He says, this is Mihailo Mudryk saying, Mihailo Mudryk and his potential playing for Chelsea and working with Mauricio Pochettino. I feel good because playing under Pochettino, it is enjoyable and it's a new team, which is also enjoyable. Yes, it is not all my potential. It is only 20%. I like that. You can say a bit of arrogance there, but that does go a long way sometimes. If that makes sense. Let's see what we have here. When it comes to reporting, I prioritize transparency and uphold high ethical standards in my writing. When expressing my own thoughts, I ensure my ethics are sound. You're like I said, you're one of the most formal people I've ever known. But yeah, hopefully very soon your show on Chelsea Perspective kicks off. Bobby, you want to speak about this Modric comment? We'll round it off with that one. We've been streaming for 4 hours plus, but it's just show.
Okay.
All right, looks like Bobby is in there. He isn't ready to speak.
Yeah.
Eddie, did you speak about the last item we addressed? I don't know. Which was about Wahi. Sorry, Eddie, go ahead. Talk about Wahi. Sorry.
Sorry, say that. Sorry, didn't hear that.
You with earlier Wahi. I didn't ask you a question whether you think we should sign him or what do you make of the fact that we're going for him. And you always have to wait for me. Sometimes you can always interject or excuse yourself and come in with your thoughts. But go ahead, speak about Wahi, then Bobby can come in and talk about the last item, Mihailo Modric's comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Wahi thing, when he was first linked to Chelsea, then another report came out to say because they were sending him out on loan to Strasbourg. So he wasn't ready for that, So, but I don't know now if it's still going to Strasbourg or it's going to stay with us. And it's going to stay. It looks kind of similar to Jackson in a way. So I don't know. I don't know what to think of it, to be honest.
Yeah, so while you're there, do you have anything to say with regards to this comment there by Mihailo Mudryk?
Yeah, I believe that comment, to be honest. He's a talented footballer, even though I didn't know much about him before we signed him. Watching his clips, he's got a lot to give and more to come. So I believe it strongly.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll bring you back if I need you. And remember, you can always come in, bro. You don't wait for me. It's easy to forget someone. If that makes sense, please. Let's see what else we have here. This says may need to give Misha number 7 shirt. Misha, that's Mihailo Modric, right? Possibly. Who is on the bongo drops? I don't know. You're talking about the feedback we're getting when AD is speaking and someone else is speaking. I don't think he sees it's in the studio or office. That happens when he uses his earpiece. I had to answer my doors. I will reach on. Okay, if I can. That's if we don't round up by 10. But let's get your thoughts. Martin, Roger will be the last person to speak on this one.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on this comment? I believe him, and that's because I knew him even before he signed for us.
Yeah, and I think this is really good for for his confidence. It's good for his ambitions, and we need to bear in mind that he literally came out from a war zone in January, and the pressure, the antics, the fans, the environment, the coaches, there wasn't enough trust. You play one game, next game he wouldn't, or 10 minutes here, there was just so much, so many things going on. But it seems like he's feeling, refreshed with Pochettino. And he seems to be getting a lot of confidence from his manager, to go out there and play his football. And then the connection with the players like Jackson and the combinations. You can see him always wanting to make the run, speaking to players now, and that would only do well for him. And I'm looking forward to him. Honestly, I am. I'm looking really, 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 excited about watching Modric next season. And I think if he comes good on that left wing, Sterling, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah. And Constantine Dante, Letness is greatness. Always nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. We need to sign Wahi. He will provide good competition for Jackson. I think you can argue that, Coach. Have we spoken about Jackson, who he reminds us of? Can you start by telling us who you think he reminds us? Who he reminds you of? Then we'll take it from there. Let's see what else do we have here, and let me highlight that because it's something interesting too. Sorry, I'm late, but better late than never. Much love to you, brother. Rain, keep Gallagher. Let's see what happens. 192 likes. John Hunt. Yep, we're getting closer to 200. Let's make that happen. Just 8 more. God bless all these great journalists, especially 2 people, Fabrizio and my big brother in the show. I'm not the journalist, I have to be honest. I've done not even close. I have something else I like doing than journalism, but thank you for that. I take it. Smash the like button again, and your slide on your burner accounts too. Oh, wow, you're a bad boy, man. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Rain, don't do that, please. Don't. You're gonna make me stop being shy right now. Jerry is extremely positive about our coming season. He is. I have to agree. And always praises Pochettino. Yep, he loves Pochettino so much. Either he is related to Poch or has accepted big sum of money to promote Poch and integrate him with our fan base. And if that's the case, he's doing a good job. Going strong, coach, 4:15, but we'll be rounding up soon. So Starling not performing is a blessing in disguise to unleash the world-class players in Modric. Is that what you're saying? You could say that. Him not being at this best may well turn out to be a blessing in disguise for the young players. Honestly. Again, that may well be the case, but I don't know. But that's a good way to put it. You miss a lot of spicy stuff, honestly. Gallagher is good option as backup. A good day to you too, Josie Agbo. Nice to see you. As a Chelsea fan, I will not be happy until we'll see a picture of Caicedo holding up the Chelsea shirt with his name on it. In my opinion, everything else is secondary. I think it will happen. Olise to the breach. What happens to Nani, especially with Angelo here now? We've been told that Angelo will live on loan, so it's just Olise and Nani, and they can rotate. We need squad depth. Just quickly before I asked that question that the Bluetooth again want us to address. Breaking news here: official Chelsea have agreed a multi-year partnership with online trading and investment services provider TMGM, which becomes the club's official regional online forex and trading partner in Asia. So that's not a short sponsor, just a partner. So good. So more money comes in for us. Why not invest in our defense? The less I think we just talked about somebody. I think one of the we read a report that says something to the effect of us considering signing Caicedo. The less goals we concede, the better the chances of winning games. Of course, you're gonna make me go watch the first 4 hours by saying that, coach. I'm serious. It's been delicious. Even I said it's been a delicious show so far. I am glad Modric is growing in confidence. He has to continue cutting inside. He was so happy he didn't leave the pitch. 3x dope. Nice to see you. I haven't said hello to you this morning. Big up Michi. Let's see. Michi says Modric have big hope. I do. Naku, there will be a riot online if Caicedo doesn't happen and win this close. I agree with you, but I think we'll get that deal over the line. So, Roger, let me start with you. Who does Nicolas Jackson remind you of? Let's round off with that one. I promise we're not going to try to address anything else.
I'm not sure it's fair to compare certain players. Right now, he seems to be his own style in so many ways. I mean, you could say he's a hybrid between Giroud and whomever, but I like the fact that he's linking up really well. He's holding the ball up somewhat well, but as I believe it was yesterday we were talking about, Bobby and I, he seemed so composed the way he took that goal. You know, he's as if it was just a Sunday stroll practice. Listen, I know it wasn't a Champions League final, but composure at a very young age, that speaks volumes. And the fact that, if you notice how well he does link up, he's on the field for only a few minutes and he's making an impact immediately. And that's been the case. I think his intelligence, the way he reads the game, listen, it's in the early stages, the chemistry being built between these players. And one can only assume that it will get better over time as they get to know each other's nuances, how the coach or the coaching staff wish for them to proceed, how they wish to strategize, playing between the lines, etc. So, listen, this is meaningless 2 games, but when you look back, I know hindsight is everything, but when you look back, dare I say, 12 months ago to my former client and Thomas Tuchel, when we were in the States, you got the feeling, even though it was pre-season, you could tell there was something awry. We did not look good. We maybe subconsciously or consciously even, we were saying, it's only pre-season, don't worry. We'll hit the ground running once the season started, and obviously that never transpired. I'm not saying
we're still trying to hit the ground.
I don't think we've even landed on the ground yet.
Yeah.
But when you look at what we've done and how, yes, different players, different coaching staff, I get, for the most part, different players. We look at different team, and a huge infusion of youth, different style, a certain sexy formation that a certain coach likes, I believe. The future looks somewhat brighter than it did 12 months ago. I think we can safely assume. And with this player, Jackson, listen, he could be a total flop and failure. One doesn't know, but from what we've seen thus far, this very small sampling size, he looks like the real deal. The way he links up, he does. He ticks a lot of boxes, and I use that term. I seem to be saying that a lot lately, but it's true. He's very much a compliment to the people around him. And listen, you still haven't seen, or shall we say, starting formation players of like Nkunku playing behind him. That didn't happen yesterday versus Brighton. I don't think those two on the field at the same time. And then whoever, Madueke and Mudryk playing, we haven't seen them. The good question to ask everyone is, how soon do you think we will start implementing our starting lineup for these pre-season games? Will it be the next game, or will it not transpire at all? Because this will be a litmus test to see how they interact together, because they need to start gelling. We need to see this transference from the training field onto match play, because you're going to be playing at match speed. I know it's pre-season, but still. And I think Jackson can only improve. You saw the relief when Mudryk scored, and who was there to congratulate him? It looked very simple, but how many times have we seen this kind of layoff gone awry in the last 12 to 18 months? So he's a breath of fresh air thus far. Listen, in 6 months' time, don't crucify me. Don't put me on the cross and crucify me if he turns out to be a flop. I'm basing it on what we've seen thus far. That's all I can go on. But it's positive, and it's refreshing, to be honest with you. I would say that, I want to see him play more. I want to see him play with the other people around him. For instance, the starting a complement of other players. That's what I want to see. And I like what I've seen of him so far. I really have. He's been a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, he is. I would say he reminds me of Anelka.
Nicolas Anelka.
Yeah.
I love that guy.
Yeah,
He was.
That is the manner at which he takes
Well,
his
that's
chances.
a huge
Finishes,
compliment.
But he's different. I think he's going to be more physical than Anelka.
Or Eto'o, even to a certain extent.
Yeah, Eto'o
right?
to a certain extent. Those slick type of strikers you have, they're not the most physical.
Clinical.
Yeah, but their intelligence, they can do more than just score goals.
Yeah, and their first technical, their first touch, etc. Listen, I would like to think in a few years it's like we would be comparing people to him. You know,
Yeah, I think we will. Just reminding means just he has some qualities that those players we've seen in those players. If I handle next show, okay, that's up to you. Just reach out. I would do a small giveaway, airtime. I'm guessing Nigerians, to all my fellow fans, to encourage them to continue their support. Okay, up to you, Nigerians. Let them know you have thousands of them flock here. 3x dope head to you too. I appreciate you joining, Coach. I am curious if this is the longest live stream record. I cannot help but wonder how much coffee. Quite a lot. You've consumed about 1 cup this morning, but it's a huge cup. We've done 6 hours before. I have to let you know
wow,
that. And that's when we still do, what's it called then? We'll still bring it back. It's more like a bar. I forgot the name we call it then. You just have conversations. You go to history. Topics can switch like this. DJ loved it. Dan loved it. I think Roger participated once, but not 6 hours. Michael Olise is 21. Mr. Smooth is saying, and Eze is 25. What I like about Olise is he's 6'0". His size plays a role. For me, we need a bit of height and physicality. Let's see. Nicolas Jackson reminds me. Okay, I didn't even see this. Prime Anelka.
No, it's a good call, Coach. I got
it's a good call, yeah.
You occasionally come out with a good one now and then.
Yep. Okay. We don't need anything to continue our support. Yep. I like that, Constantine Dante. But you're late. We haven't forgotten. Let's see. No, I don't want Wahi. Okay. Coach. Just needs to continue and be himself. Thank you so much. But he's saying if he gets the chance to host, and I think I can get him, because on the other channel we'll be doing shows in Pidgin English. Maybe if he's good in Pidgin, maybe he gets his own show there. Just needs to be himself, and I'm happy that I've been myself. But you're gonna force me to change it. You and the Bluetooth game. Let's see what else we have here. True that Coach has the best interactive chat. Chatters are generally known. Thank you so much. I appreciate you that. You're saying that. Nick Jackson, you can see the young man's confidence. And I like the way he interacts with his teammates. You can see him having conversation with them. Somebody interpreted it to be him telling them, this is how I want the ball. And again, and if you see me move, put it there, or that. And I think somebody said Mudryk saying he has a good connection with him, and that is good. Chelsea will get top 4 next season. I want to see that happen. Up, Charles. Anelka is the correct answer. Wow. And that's the guy that hits me saying that. Against Newcastle United. Let's see what else we have here. I caught my last comment off also. That panel has good balance of knowledge. That's for the platform, Coach. Yep, the panelists, not just me. More importantly, I could not have come this far without the panelists. Yeah, I have to be honest. If I say otherwise, I'm lying. Not sure about the new angle view, though, Coach. Coach flexing with his screens and tech. Yeah, I know you have to come at me. I think one more camera would be installed, actually. From what angle? Okay, I don't know yet. Newcastle is next, so you have to come with your best. He may not know. Thomas Bates, I haven't said hello to you. Hello to you. I think, yeah, it will be probably a much tougher game, but I think we'll still do well. Roger, are we okay if you sacrifice yourself for us? Okay.
Double out.
Coach, you top him merchant. I know you were going to say that's the case, but that wasn't it, honestly. Anelka came to mind. I took my time to think about it. Anelka came to mind. And he's lanky too. Even more lanky than Anelka. Yep. Okay. Poise, confidence, and explosiveness. I like that. An intelligent player.
He's composed, Coach.
Yep. Yep, I agree with composer. Yep. Congratulations on reaching 200 and perhaps more likes before. Probably we'll have about 2-3 minutes to round off, because I want Martin to talk about who he thinks, how he thinks. You can say, Nick, again, maybe he's again who Nicolas Jackson reminds him of. Maybe he differs. If he agrees with us, then let him go ahead and tell us how. Because I like listening to Martin. I have to be honest. Are you in your house, coach? Wow.
He's
the
on the
man,
street.
the man just stopped.
Inspector Clouseau.
I don't see Jackson becoming a flop.
No.
Stats, so again, his Chelsea career is very good. I think he will build on that and become just as good as a Drogba if he keeps on doing this. I just don't want him to take the number 9 shirts. Yeah, next at 300. I don't think we'll be able to get the 300. We'll round off in a few minutes. Let's plan for an epic marathon live stream to celebrate in style after we beat Liverpool on the opening day. It will be a record-breaking event filled with excitement and joy. Yep, and then if it goes the opposite way, yeah, it will be some negativity here. Jersey, we will beat Liverpool. Let's see that happen. What is the average pay of your panelists? Okay. Do you want to do that to me so they know that they've been doing a pro bono job and quit on me, right? Code Web 300. Let's see. Great players make everyone better. Jackson beginning to show that trait. Yep, he will do even better than he did at Villarreal. And I'm hearing. I like what's his name? Samuel Chukwueze. AC Milan is on the verge of completing his signing. One win. Once we win, we will send 1K to 5 people. Wow! After Liverpool show to make it lively. Okay, you know what? You say 1K. I'm gonna make it. I have a way of sending minutes to Nigeria. So I'll make it 2K per person. 5 people. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. 300 naira or $300. Just go away. I'm
Shekels.
done talking to you guys. Chelsea will beat Liverpool. Let's see what the beautiful game says. That whatever the pay is, Roger's salary is far too high. Get him off the books. Loan him out or do whatever you want with him. Short numbers available 7, 11, 12, 3, 8, 10, 22, and 9. I think Nkunku takes 10, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Nkunku, on the other hand, is a world clinical. He had a few opportunities in the first game, but still managed to score. Lovely to see. And his second goal for Chelsea is, if you look at it, you know he's an intelligent player. It wasn't about power. He just flicked it, and the goalkeeper was rooted, couldn't do anything. Coach, every Chelsea fan have their own priorities. As far as the team goes so far, for me, Caicedo is priority number 1. Kepa's replacement number 2. Okay,
Ooh,
if we are serious about challenging for the coming season, Roger is fighting a losing battle there.
Yeah, looks like it.
Does it allow you to pay the rent? You see, you guys are trying to get my panelists to run away. Martin, let's come to you. I think we'll round off with you because I don't think I think I asked AD. I don't know if I've asked him, but Martin, who does Nicolas Jackson remind you of? And maybe subconsciously his name played into me start be comparing him to Nicolas Jackson without knowing. That might have happened, but go ahead.
Yeah, so well, I think it's a combination of Anelka and Adebayo.
Emmanuel Adebayo.
Yeah.
In what aspect?
In the aspect of the pace, I think Jackson has that pace that Anelka, lacked. I'm not sure we've seen it enough, but I've watched him at Villarreal. He is fast. He is very, very fast. And he has the build that you think he's going to just move a little bit. Even seeing the flick on, with Modric and how he did the give and go, that was done quick. And then he had to position himself to receive the ball from Modric again. So it's a combination of that. And I think he's got the qualities, to do really well in the league. And I'm looking forward to watching him all season. And by the way, I said this earlier, even before the preseason started. Remember, you guys were talking about Vlahovic and all, and I told you the club only made 1 striker signing, and I think they're happy with it. So unless we hear, bro, you're going on loan, I think Jackson is our guy. So I'm really happy to see everyone's, seeing the light now. And yeah, his partnership with Nkunku is going to be too good. It's going to be too good. This is why Caicedo is important, honestly. Even for 100 million, we need them. We need him because with them, him and Enzo cooking behind, I think Nkunku and Jackson will combine so well and will score so many similar goals. It's going to be fire.
But I have to say, I enjoyed that combo with Mudryk and combination play
Yeah.
with Mudryk and Nicolas Jackson. Wow.
And they were speaking after the match even. So there's a whole lot of follow through, tactical. Oh, this is how I like it. Put it for me here, there. And these things go a long way in building wonder friendships and understanding. He said
Yes.
for his goal that he told Kuku that he would be, moving into space. I saw the interview. And Cucurella just looked up once and gave him the ball. So those are the little things
That was a beautiful pass, by the way. I've
Yeah.
been criticizing Cucurella a lot, but I must
Yeah.
admit that was a sublime pass.
It was. And then the finish, like look at the shot power. We haven't seen such shot power in years. Like he didn't need to do the little Vernals or Havertz, the taps. He just whipped it. And believe me, if you can shoot in the league, you will score goals because there'll be chances. There'll be
That,
lots and
that
lots
was a
of
goal
goals.
that, from a goalkeeper's perspective, that was basically unsavable.
Exactly.
It was, yeah. I didn't
Yeah.
even know. I was looking at the situation and say, okay, where is he gonna put this ball?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just smashed it. And that's exactly what I need
Yeah,
from my
instinctive,
And
instinctively too.
Martin, he not just smashed it, but he did it with a, what's the term?
Conviction.
Yeah, but his backdraft, with his leg, he
Yeah.
didn't like get off balance where he's trying to kill it. He hit the sweet spot, so to speak.
Exactly.
Hence the composure. I think they go hand in hand, and it was telling, in my opinion.
It was.
So same with Mudryk, actually. When you look at Mudryk, his knee was over the ball. That ball was never going to go above the bar. It was textbook technical strike from him. So they were both beautiful strikes.
Yeah. So I'm really, really looking forward to him. I think from the next game we'll be seeing the first 11 playing together. The Nkunkus, I think their fitness should be, up.
Who starts on the right for you?
On the right, I think we'll keep, forcing Sterling to get into form on the right. I think Mudryk will, with the combinations and all that, I think he's going to start the season on the left. But on the right, Noni hasn't played yet and no one else is, standing out as much. Angelo, it's experimental, would love him, but so I think we're going to force Sterling to get back into form because we know an informed Sterling can give us 15-20 goals a season. But right now, he's not helping his case. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's not. I'm going to catch up with the side and then we'll call it a day. I think, 4 hours, 42 minutes is a lot. It's okay, Roger. I think we definitely should keep Kepa as backup. Roger, does that make you happy? Yes. Let's see. Good shout for mentioning Emmanuel Adebayo there in terms of his space. Big up everyone. The Prince is here. Join late better than not joining at all. Good job, Coach. And Bobby, but Jackson must not take the number 9 shirt. I think
That's
I
a good
agree
point,
with you.
actually.
Yep. Coach,
Yep.
between Matson and Hall, who do you think will get loaned out for the season? Both could stay. That's just my opinion. I'm not too sure, really. Coach, can we start making up a chance of Nkunku and Jackson? We should give it a try. Come up with something and come on promote it here. Wow, considering how high the salaries are, I definitely deserve something to treat myself to some coffee and peanuts before joining. Wow. Let's see, Jerry, you don't need to purchase peanuts. That's the currency Coach uses. Okay.
Ouch.
Okay. One of them should get a loan spell. The left back position at Chelsea is overcrowded. You could say that is if the intention is to play what's his name, Lewis Hall in that position. Correa pass was from him playing again a shift in the pivot, interesting experiment. I think we'll see some surprises. Jerry Z, be careful. No, don't time him out because of what? He's a mod too. What did he do that you time him out, Nemanja? Caicedo, Thuram, and another flexible striker, Diego Costa, and keeper. Okay. Let's see. 11 is perfect for Jackson. Yep. So Roger, you wanted to say something so we can call it a day.
Yeah, that's one person that each time I've seen him play, it's Hall. He looks so bloody good, but where does he fit? This is the thing. I hope he doesn't go out on loan, but I understand if he does. But it's one person that I would like to see come through and be used. But listen, I know we need rotation and depth, etc. But what do you think of him, just briefly, how he's performed thus far?
You know I love him, and I want him to play in the midfield area. If anything, if you're going to play him on the flanks there, let it be in a wing back position where we've seen him play there, and he did express himself very well. He fulfilled the role effectively. More importantly, even in the left back position, actually, every time he gets a chance to play there, he's done well. And he you can say guards the ball. What's the term for it? Protects the ball so well he can't take the ball off of him.
Does he stay, Coach? Does he stay this season? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he's a fine player. Beyond that, he has good vision too. We witnessed that on the ground, Potter, when he played in the left wing back position.
He shields the ball well. You're right.
Yeah, that's the term I was looking for. He shields the ball very well. I think he stays. If we're going to send him on loan, let's send him to Strasbourg where they respect him, and I know Vieira probably knows him, and we'll make sure he plays constantly until we'll see how ready he is. But I think he's ready actually to be part of this team. He was one of our best performers towards the end of the season. Hall needs to go out and learn. Okay, let's see what happens.
Really?
Chelsea should sign Ivan today. Jonas Sekoto, thank you for bringing that up. I don't think Sterling leaves Chelsea. He cannot, and we cannot sell him right now, except if we want to sell him for a change or terminate his contract, then he can leave. If Tone gets a pay rise, joining Chelsea, imagine how many multi-leg bets he can do. Yeah, it's a risk. I don't think the club will risk it. Maybe Martin will be playing in a more advanced role. That's how I feel too. Anybody else on the panel has anything else to say? Let's call it a day, people. This is 4 hours and 46 minutes. It's closing 14 more minutes to get to 5 hours. I think we should go.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't think Tony will be in the equation if Jackson and Broja come to fruition. I think there will be no contest.
Yeah.
All right, Eddie, you can come in now. It looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, just on Jackson. Does anybody think about Salomon Kalou?
No, I think it's better than Solomon Kalou.
No, I mean in terms of his running. You know, when Solomon Kalou runs, it reminds me of similar when he runs at you. The way he caresses the ball, carries the ball.
You say that. Yeah, Solomon Kalou he's a bit of a good dribbler too. I think he's still playing. Yeah, I think that makes sense now. I think he's still playing. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember. I think last year he was still playing in one club. Was it in Italy or where? But go ahead with what you were saying, Eddie.
No, that's it. That's just wanted to say that. I mean, if Anelka came straight to my head before you said it, I think you read into my mind there, because I was thinking of looking at it. And
I did a tapping on you.
I just saw immediately, just reminded me of Anelka straight away, and then a little bit of Salomon Kalou. You know, I know people are trying to say, "Oh, it looks like Drogba." It might be. No, it's not Drogba. Drogba doesn't dribble that much. He doesn't carry the ball. But Drogba was a very good finisher, you know. But I think he's a good player. Jackson is a very good buy, to be honest. Don't let's forget that he failed medical in January. He was almost joining Bournemouth. So that tells you where his career has taken him now, you know?
Yeah, he was destined to play for us.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tone, doing him play better from the bench. Yeah, that will be something to behold. Yeah. I did not, Coach. Okay. Roger running out of battery. No, that wasn't Roger. Yes, I know you are not going to believe me, but Kalou was in the mix. In the mix, no cap. What? In the mix? In what sense? Solomon Kalou was in the mix in what sense? Or the players you consider that he similar to him? I think you can argue. I think Eddie made me understand the way he runs at people with the ball and close, you could say, tight space dribbling and all that. Kalou had that in him. And Kalou doesn't shy away from taking on players in terms of or trying to dribble his way through out of a situation. I think I agree with Eddie now. Jackson is Jackson. He will be himself. But let me tell you, Andrea Santos is a Xavi region. Maybe that's the reason why we keep him. So with that, we've come to the natural end of the show. I appreciate you all.
Great
Thank you,
show,
Bobby. Thank you, AD Love for Blue. Thank you, Martin O. Thank you, Richard
big up.
Pop. I appreciate you all. And DJ, who was on the panel here, I cannot thank you all. And Martin, hopefully you will find more time to join us. I like listening to you talk football, honestly. I think you'll be
big up.
one of our stats man here. And I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat here. I also agree, Jackson, he reminds me of Solomon Kalou. Yeah, I think AD made me understand that. Take care all. And we have, says Jackson, is it Archie's his back when he runs and links up, and then link up dribbling was a jobber when he was very young. Wow, okay. Coach, will you do a Chelsea versus Newcastle watch along? It depends on the day, but I'll check my schedule. 1 a.m. Niger time, I think. Yep, that's the thing. So thank you to all of you. Thank you to the Chelsea 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1234. And thank you to AP. Thank you to Chris Mobile. I appreciate you. Thank you to the beautiful game, Constantine Dante. Much love to all of you. This is Jonas Sekoto. Much love to you. And Nemaya Fawale, much love. Noku, much love. If I miss your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all and bye.
Cheers.